GBHnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, ahead on the 11 o'clock hour BPR, live from the library. The hits to democracy keep coming. ICE agents breaking into homes, international power grabs, destabilizing world peace agreements, a rambling 90-minute talkback at the White House. It's hard to keep up with madman Donald Trump. I'm tired, you're tired, we're all tired. What helps keep you going, moving forward, fighting for democracy and decency in our country? If you are, call or text.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then it's the Culture Show's Jared Bowen on the death of famed fashion designer Valentino and his impact on fashion beyond just the rich and famous. Plus, Jared's take on the new movie H is for Hawk, and he'll explain why there are googly eyes around downtown Boston. It's all ahead in the 11 o'clock hour at BPR, GBH, and NEPM, live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. President Trump says he won't use American military might to take over Greenland. He spoke today at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. Trump's come under withering criticism from allies, especially in Europe. NPR's Eleanor Beardsley reports Trump said he's calling for immediate talks over the ownership of Greenland.
He did not back down on, wanting to own it. He kept calling it a little piece of ice that's sitting there undefended. Europeans consider that NATO defends it, and they consider the U.S. a NATO partner. And he has disdain for the allies. He called NATO ungrateful. He called Denmark ungrateful. He twisted history saying we gave Greenland back to Denmark, but we never owned Greenland.
Earlier, Trump said he'd impose initial tariffs of 10% on 8 European nations if they don't give in. Some European officials say if Trump does that, the European Union Parliament may respond with a tariff package of $100 billion on American goods. Not long after Trump said he would not use military force in Greenland, markets rose on Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up about 480 points. Trump is speaking to world leaders in Davos, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not among them. NPR's Emily Feng explains.
Netanyahu cannot travel to Switzerland for fear of being arrested. The International Criminal Court in The Hague issued arrest warrants against him and the former defense minister Yoav Gallant for alleged war crimes they committed in Gaza during Israel's war with Hamas. Israel has strongly protested the warrants, and its president Isaac Herzog said this week that Netanyahu's exclusion from the forum was a, quote, reward for terror, and said the charges should be lifted. Netanyahu did say this week that Israel was joining President Trump's Board of Peace organization, originally pitched to help govern Gaza, but is being designed to have a much broader international mandate. Emily Fang, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
A controversial lawyer with close ties to President Trump is now out as the top federal prosecutor in Eastern Virginia. NPR's Carrie Johnson reports Lindsay Halligan left the U.S. Attorney's job after a long legal battle.
This week, Judge David Novak accused Halligan of, quote, masquerading as the U.S. attorney for weeks after another federal judge disqualified her from the post. Halligan had no prior experience as a prosecutor and had worked as a personal lawyer to the president. Her effort to prosecute Trump foes Jim Comey and Letitia James ended in failure after a court ruled she was improperly installed in the job. Attorney General Pam Bondi said Halligan's departure is a significant loss for the Justice Department, but that she will continue to serve the president. The federal courts in Eastern Virginia are seeking applicants to serve as the interim U.S. attorney. Carrie Johnson, NPR News, Washington.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up about 1%. So is the NASDAQ. You're listening to NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. State Senator Lydia Edwards, who co-chairs the legislature's Judiciary Committee, has filed a bill that requires Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, agents to identify themselves when appearing in court. The Herald reports the bill also mandates that ICE agents remove their face coverings in courthouses unless they are medically necessary, and judicial warrants are necessary when ICE makes a civil arrest. As we've seen, masked ICE agents have been snatching people from cars and courthouses all along. Worcester's elected leaders say the city needs to do a better job removing snow and ice after storms. Residents have complained for years that Worcester's Public Works team doesn't clear streets quickly enough. In response, the city has increased its snow removal budget and purchased new equipment. But at a city council meeting last night, Councillor Mo Bergman said he hasn't seen any progress.
Support for
constituents how we're spending money for the snowplow operators, the inspectors, and the supervisors, and we still can't get it right. I just can't accept the excuses.
Worcester City Manager Eric Batista responded that the shortcomings are partially due to a shortage of independent contractors who help clear the roads. Batista said the Public Works team is introducing a new salt brine system to pre-treat roads before storms, and we might see a whopper of a storm coming this weekend. 20 degrees in Boston right now, 21 in Springfield. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Lilly Endowment, a private foundation supporting NPR's coverage of religion and spirituality, and Jarl and Pamela Mohn, focusing on civil liberties, foster youth, public radio, and the arts.
He's Jim Browdy. I am Marjorie Eakin. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Thank you very much. At 12:30 today, we are going to be joined by the great longtime Boston indie rock of fame, Juliana Hatfield. She's going to be at the library performing from her new album For Us. And at 1 o'clock, Doris Kearns Goodwin is here with her veteran son, Joe, and they're going to talk about public service. Jim just wrote a piece in the Globe about mandatory public service, and they're going to respond and be here to take our phone calls and texts. January 30th, 12 to 1, it is Ask the Governor. Maura Healey will be here at the Boston Public Library. Hello again, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. So the normalization of Trump's degradation of democratic norms might be the most astounding aspect of the past year. We ask listeners almost weekly, if not more, what can we all collectively do about it? But perhaps it's time we confront a different question, as proposed and examined in a great story in The Atlantic this week. Has so-called Trump derangement syndrome given way to Trump exhaustion syndrome? Have we fallen for the trap? We consistently let him shape the narrative, responding to the latest shiny thing, and he's hell-bent on ensuring there are many, many, many shiny objects daily. We chase it like a dog chasing a car, and eventually we have to stop running because the car always wins. As we all watch Minneapolis turn into a war zone, our international alliances collapse, our environment worsens, our pocketbook shrinks, our immigrant neighbors too afraid to go to school or the doctor because of ICE, and eventually we just let the feeling of hopelessness sink in. We are letting democracy fall through the cracks in a cascade of lies. It's a bystander effect on steroids, hoping for someone else to sweep in and intervene. So in this era of constant brutalization on our screens and a change in the world order abroad, how do you balance when to engage and when to tune out? And I guess more directly, do you suffer from Trump exhaustion syndrome? The number is 877-301-8970 to call or text. So do you?
Well, I complain sometimes to my family and my friends. I've got a great job. I'm very lucky to have it. But
we are.
I am a fairly upbeat person. But this year has been really tough because you just see him doing worse and worse and worse things and getting almost no resistance. So that's been tough. But I don't think we can. We just can't say this is terrible and do nothing. I think we have to, the American people have to be offering up some resistance. And I think it wasn't a whole bunch of people, but out in the freezing cold last night, several hundred people down in Boston Common, they were protesting for ICE. I mentioned this to you before the show. I've started taping Rachel Maddow on Monday nights because she always talks about the resistance that is happening and all around the country in places like Oklahoma or Texas or Kansas City or Georgia. People in towns there stood up against ICE's efforts to put detention facilities there. They don't want that to happen. So you see people fighting back. I mean, the problem is that we have a bunch of cowards in the Republican Congress who aren't fighting back, and Democrats who haven't really found somebody that's inspiring people to lead people. But I think
your boy Andy Bashirs is being interviewed in Davos as we speak.
He looks like a Boy Scout, doesn't he?
He does.
He's a Democrat
looks like
in Kentucky.
He's 11. You didn't answer my question.
What?
I didn't say your thing's horrible. We all know they're horrible.
Yep.
Trump
Well, I'm
exhaustion.
talking about people fighting back.
Are you exhausted from this?
No, I'm not exhausted.
Well, I always say that I'm not because you can't be. I am. And I was thinking about it. I'm not, it doesn't mean I'm not going to show up.
I don't think it takes much to get you exhausted.
Thank you. That's a very good point. Trump or no Trump. That's
Trump
a great
or no
point.
Trump.
Well, let me tell you. So I go to bed last night.
Yeah.
And all I'm doing, literally seconds before I go to bed, is all the crap he did at his hour and 44-minute press conference. I wake up this morning, he's in Davos spewing the same crap that he was before. But let me just say one more thing. I thought a lot when I read the Atlantic piece that we're talking about, and we should say who wrote it, Ashley Parker.
It was
Trump
really good.
Exhaustion Syndrome. I was thinking about what does cause the exhaustion, and the conventional wisdom is the relentlessness of his, which is one of it. But you know what I thought that, wait, let me finish this.
Okay,
you know what I thought
go ahead.
this morning? It is the endless succession of lies. It's not just the actions that he takes that are so destructive. You know what really puts me, when every other sentence is what does he say this morning in Davos? Greatest economy in the world. Never been better.
Everybody
Hottest
loves
country
me.
in the world.
Here's what else he said in Davos, though. Just to have a little comic diversion, he was confusing Greenland with Iceland. We've been talking about Greenland endlessly. As you said, we're apparently, I don't know if I believe him about the troops, by the way. He says we're not going to send troops in
I didn't say that yet. He did say that. Yeah,
we'll see if that's true. Anyway, here he is confusing Greenland with Iceland because they both have a lot of ice, Jim. Speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland this morning. Here he is.
I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask. Our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. Yeah. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money.
Well, Iceland's cost us been a big problem.
Maybe he didn't make a mistake. Maybe Iceland's next. Who knows? Let me just tell you something.
Okay.
That was just a mistake because he is old, he is senile, and he's a madman.
Okay.
That's one. But the second, here's an example of you're not addressing the exhaustion. I'm going to address the exhaustion. Here's the thing. The Nobel, I'm going to do the chronology. This is courtesy of CNN. So he writes a text, which we've all seen, to the Prime Minister of Norway saying, since you didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize, of course, Norway doesn't give the Nobel Peace Prize, I'm going to take Greenland. The next day, he's on the tarmac somewhere in Washington, D.C., and someone asks him about the Nobel Peace Prize. He says, I don't care about the Nobel Peace Prize. And the next day, he talks about how outrageous he settled 8+, that's a new thing, plus, whatever that means, wars. It is the endless succession of lies.
Well, I don't know if they're lies anymore. Sometimes I think he believes them. I think he believes he maybe settled 8+ wars, even though that's not true, and he says it over and over again. But you know what I think the other problem is?
Think he thinks it's the hottest economy in the world?
I don't know. I
think he thinks foreign nations paid the tariffs?
I think he does know that's not true.
Yeah.
I think he does know that's not true. That's a big con. And people fell for it. It's very good. You go down through history, con men are very charismatic. He's a very charismatic guy. People fall for it. But I think part of it is that we have not ever seen anything like this.
Oh, really?
That we have been a democracy kind of since or a republic, if you want to be technical from the word go. And as this story also talks about, we're kind of shrugging here. We think, well, we're not going to turn into an authoritarian country.
We are
I think we are an authoritarian. When people are afraid to speak their mind, when you have law firms, what are you laughing at?
Read the top text.
Another texter, Trump deserves the Nobel Prize for ending the war in Greenland. That's right.
He ended it this morning.
9 wars now. 9 wars plus. Maybe the wars between Greenland and Iceland. Most of us missed it, but maybe he thinks it actually happened.
Can I try to redirect you, if I may? Your focus, which normally I'm great with, about how we fix this, I want to know if people are suffering from what this writer...
Of course they're suffering.
You think everybody is?
Yes, because it's just like the first term. And it's much worse than the first term, obviously. But you go to bed at night with the last nutty thing he's done, and you're waking up in the morning worrying about the nutty thing he did when he was binge scrolling at 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, yeah, I think it's very upsetting and very exhausting. But I don't think you can. I don't know what the activism has to be. I don't know if we need more marches, more calling. Here's what's really upsetting.
What is it?
Is that so much of the country thinks it's okay what he's doing.
It's a declining number. The fact that anybody does is true, but it's a declining number.
Well, I think there are very powerful podcasters, media outlets. I think there's a lot of people are on the sway of the lying Fox News, and I think that's a big problem.
Can I tell you,
especially older people.
By the way, the way, in my opinion, to deal with the exhaustion is do something. We're lucky enough to get paid to do something, which is talk about this and talk about it with people who are, for the most part, really smart and really caring, some of whom agree with us, some who do not. Do something is a huge piece of this. But I think we should find out maybe people are like getting off on this. I mean, it's like
getting off on it?
Well, I don't mean the cruelty, but the fact that there is a fight back effort is beginning to build. And so maybe they think that's
Yeah. Well, I think you've gotten to a desperate strait. You know, I'm a Catholic. I spent half my life criticizing the Catholic Church for one thing or another, especially the sex abuse thing. When you have the Archbishop of Chicago giving interviews about how we have no more moral standing in the world, that's pretty damn bad. They're not.
You know what they
don't talk about almost anything.
The three cardinals who did it?
Cardinals.
They said they were following Leo's lead.
Right.
They specifically cited the Chicago Pope.
Yeah.
In that. Let's take some calls. By the way, despite what Marjorie's doing, we are talking about Trump exhaustion syndrome and whether you're suffering from it and what you're doing about it. Not what you're doing about Trump's attacks on democracy every day, but what you're doing about your own exhaustion. If you suffer from it, do you take a time out? Do you dig in and do things that make you address the exhaustion? What do you do about it? Amy in Brookline, you're first. Hi.
Hello there. So thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I work as a pastor, and one of the things that we tell our folks is that, you know, the importance when you're feeling the exhaustion from all of this is to lean into community, to make connections with your neighbor, to literally get to know your neighbors. I heard a professor this morning saying that the basic civic unit of democracy is our neighbor, and I think the Christian faith would echo that. And, you know, getting a hyper-local, you know, joining your local rapid response network, or even just hosting a potluck in your neighborhood, that's how effective resistance movements happen, but that's what sustains us so that we can keep going, so that we can make it through and, you know, live to fight another day.
Amy, that was great. Do you, as a pastor, do you suffer from Trump exhaustion syndrome, or you don't let yourself do that? You just have such deep connections to your neighbors, to the people in your operation. How do you deal with this?
It's a cycle, right? And I think when you find yourself starting to get so exhausted that you're tuning out and you're tuning out to the hurt in the world, that's when it's a clue that it's time to get back in and to make more connections and to, you know, just to be a good neighbor. That's really, I think, what it boils down to.
That was great. Amy, terrific call. Thank you for your call and your work. By the way, we mentioned in passing that Trump actually did say this morning in at Davos, that he would not use force, just so you can hear it in his own words. Not that it means anything, but here's what Trump said about an hour ago.
We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that, okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland.
A place called Greenland. He's like a 4-year-old. Let me just tell you something else, by the way. Anybody who believes this is going to last, here's my prediction, Marjorie. We'll see if it's true. I'm not going to use force. It's a big statement. I'm not going to use force. He's going to meet with these European leaders. They're not going to give him Greenland or let him buy it or whatever he wants. And he's going to go back. He says, I was willing not to use force because I thought they'd be reasonable. And when they're not reasonable, he's going to go back to the same thing. I want to say one more thing, which is really important. One of the things he said in those lunatic ramblings in the White House press room yesterday was, we always, under Article 5 of NATO's charter, we would always come to the aid of any other country, but I'm not so sure they'd come to us.
Yeah.
How many times has Article 5 ever been invoked?
Once.
9/11.
After 9/11.
And whose aid
they
did
came
countries...
to our aid.
Exactly.
And the Danes, per capita, lost more people in Afghanistan than we did. I mean, they have been wonderful
ungrateful,
allies.
he said this morning.
Well, he doesn't know.
It's exhausting.
I don't think he obviously knows his history. I don't think he cares to know his history. Kaywood in Las Vegas says, what helps me get through is just spending time with my pets. But on the side note, that's going to happen. The Republicans are marching in the streets too, and that's a very, very good point. Lance and Lynn, I was a Trump news addict. Good. Now I'm hoping for withdrawal. It's interesting. When he first got in the second time, you had a sense people just didn't want to talk about it for a while because they were so upset if they didn't like Trump. But you've noticed it's really come back. People are really into. I think people are really. They may be exhausted, but they're tuning in because it's so crazy.
877-301-8970. Richard, you're on the Vineyard. You're on BPR. Welcome to the show. Hi.
All right. First time calling from the Fair Isle of Martha's Vineyard.
We love that. Welcome.
Where do I've got motivation. I've done political art for a long time. In fact, you had one of my John Lewis paintings on your Boston television show there.
Hey, Richard, we're going to put you on hold for 1 second because the connection's not so good. Don't hang up. It's your first call, I think you said. We'll take one call and hope you can move to another room or do something that gets the connection a little bit better. Sophia in Cambridge, hi.
Greetings. I think we need to turn the narrative on its head. Right now, MAGA refers to folks who are anti-Trump as having Trump derangement system, when in fact, when you really think about it, the people who are deranged are the people who believe in him. So I've just turned that narrative around, right? So I know you are, but really, what am I? Secondly, the way I keep myself sane is during the first election, I called 3 friends and I fired them. And this second round, I called everybody that was left over that was a Trump believer, and I fired them as well.
I love that.
Because if I don't have to see them in my environment, and they shouldn't be able to breathe the air that I breathe if they've helped break the world. So that's made me very, very happy.
I love the verb. You go ahead. Oh, you're still going there. Keep going, Sophia. Who else did you fire?
I would love for you to invite callers who didn't vote. You're very good about inviting people who were Trump supporters, but I'd like to hear about those folks who said, my vote doesn't count. I'd like to know.
We're happy to hear from him.
Well, do you know who should be your favorite guest then? Because she mentions it almost every week. Andrea Cabral is obsessed with, in a good way, with all the people who sat this out. We'll do it. Sophia, thank you for the call. You want to read a couple of these texts?
Listen to this. Chris and as in Rosendale. I was raging this weekend about Trump in front of my kids, talking to my wife. I must have said something about the fat, angry, orange, tiny-handed a-hole. Later that day, we were outside playing with the kids. My daughter was telling our MAGA neighbor about the angry, orange a-hole. He was not happy. He plowed snow in front of my driveway.
It's a pretty good story. Peter on the North Shore says, Greenland is so big, it covers 99% of the Epstein files, which so far it has. Richard, let's try you again on the Vineyard. Welcome back, Richard. Hi.
Yeah. Thank you. So my inspiration and motivation is having a granddaughter who I do a lot of portraits of, and I place images of that into the public realm. One of my posters says, "Toddlers against totalitarianism, resist." I also have a 10-foot by 8-foot illegal banner in the street. We have very restrictive signage here on the island, and it has John Lewis, Rupert Murdoch. It has a child being bombed, Ukrainian child. And so basically by having this grandchild that I do a lot of very pretty pictures of, I use that as propaganda, which her mother is okay with. And I also push the institutions on the island, which are doing nothing. Our museum, our art center, museum will not touch anything to do with this current dilemma we're in. And I'm pushing and prodding them. And basically my motivation is, hey, I'm 69 years old. What the hell is going to happen to me? I can do whatever I want. And that's where I'm coming from.
Well, Richard, thanks for your first call. Speaking of 69-year-old, how old was the guy in Minneapolis they dragged out of his house in his boxer shorts
and
in
it was 10
10-degree weather?
degrees. I don't know. He looked pretty old.
Yeah.
And they also pulled over a black cop, because they're basically targeting people of color, right? By the way, the whole reason they were supposedly out, I think I mentioned this yesterday, but I'll mention it again, going into Minnesota was because of to undercover fraud in the Somali community. I don't think they've made 2 seconds effort looking at that fraud, but they are pulling over people who are Hispanic and people who look Somali. And this cop, she was an off-duty cop, pulled her over, American citizen, demanding her papers. The police chief went wild over that.
No, he's pretty impressive character.
He is pretty impressive.
Val in Brookline text, we don't own a TV, just radios. Except for you two, I often turn off the news and plug into my current audiobook. Much better.
Yeah, Deborah in Seekonk is having cocktails and taking gummies.
877-301-8970 is the number. Where do you want to go? What's up,
The texter says, I can end 8 imaginary wars too. So why don't I get participation in the Nobel Peace Prize contest? It is incredible that he says that all the time. I don't know.
8+.
8+,
It was originally 8, I think, and then it became 8+. I don't know where the plus came from.
Well, one of the texters suggested,
in case he missed it,
Greenland versus Iceland.
Yeah.
Jack in Springfield, thank you for, or Zach in Springfield, thank you for calling.
Hey, Zach, hello.
Hello, first time, long time. Nice to talk to you guys.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, so I gotta say, I was tired about this time last year.
Yeah.
And then, as the indignities just piled up, if we watched Doge, if we watch everything else, even before, things that looked tame compared to now, didn't see our national leaders or bigger organizations respond that much. That's when my wife and I started doing things ourselves. We started going to protests. We started finding ways we could try to help out in other ways. The underlying point is basically civil society is kind of a muscle. Like that civic sense of duty is a muscle. And we didn't have to push as hard as a society writ large. And that's something I think we're relearning. I'm heartened to see what's going on in Minnesota. Not the activity happening there, but how the community is responding.
Yeah.
Zach, that was a great first call. I think that is the cure.
They had a funny bit in the New York Times today about how there's this famous sex shop in Minneapolis where they're giving out supplies for people that are afraid to go to the store, food and diapers and baby stuff and all that. Anyway, we're taking a quick break. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR and GBH at any PM, live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
From a European conflict zone,
driving north from Kyiv, the signs of war start to be more visible,
to hard times in Southeast Asia.
I meet a man who has been waiting in line for diesel for 6 days.
To the astonishing beauty of remote places.
My welcome to the waters off of East Greenland has come from 2 whales.
Let us take you there. Listen to the world.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Boston Harbor Hotel, celebrating the 37th Annual Boston Wine and Food Festival with winemaker-hosted dinners, seminars, and more from January through March. Details at boswineandfoodfestival.com. And Fixed Dental, offering permanent teeth-on implants, customized in their laboratory, enabling their doctors and technicians to oversee every aspect of the smile design. Learn more about all the treatments offered at Fixed at fixeddental.com.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live at the BPL, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. At 12:30, Juliana Hatfield performs at the library. She is brilliant and always has been. And at 1 o'clock, Doris Kearns Goodwin and her son, Joe, who's an Army veteran, are here to talk about public service, maybe even mandatory public service as a way to cure or bridge this crippling divide. If you're just tuning in, we're wondering about Trump exhaustion syndrome, as it's called in the Atlantic. Do we take the bait, allow a deranged man to reshape our threshold for what's normal in America? How do we deal with this? 877-301-8970.
I just want to mention Trump's speech this morning. Sometimes people in the audience were laughing. I think they thought some of the things were funny, or maybe they thought to appease him. But he's talking about how, with Doge, how he fired all the bureaucrats, and the bureaucrats are mad, but now they have better jobs, and the bureaucrats all love them. They lost their jobs. He's talking about the climate hoax, in front of all these Europeans that have these wind farms, everything else going on over there. He says how he took down all the wind farms. He hasn't taken them down. Maybe has stopped the opening of them, but he's not taking down all the wind farms. Then he talked about how people go to Europe. He's in front of all the Europeans saying, oh, people go to Europe now, they come back, and they say they can't recognize it. It's such a dump over there. He didn't use the word dump, but he was basically saying it's a mess. I mean, it's just lobbing all these insults from the front of the stage, and you just wonder, why is he doing that?
Yesterday, one of the things, talk about the lies being the most exhausting to me, at some point, I don't know if it was during the hour and 44-minute press conference, he talked about how horrible and how crime-infested London is, and immediately after NPR did a story about how the murder rate is down 67%. Facts never
There hasn't
matter.
been a murder in Washington since he sent in the troops there, but that really has not worked out.
Well, we should be clear here. He said that a week or so ago, and then I texted Marjorie saying I just Googled it. There were actually 2 murders in mid-December, which was 2 weeks before he gave his speech. Brian from Burlington, here's how he deals with Trump exhaustion syndrome. I go to the mall, not to shop, but because ICE headquarters for all of New England is right next door. People stand vigil here every Wednesday from 11 to 1. We actually spoke to 3 people who got arrested in the Burlington ICE facility, and we did. And it's a great opportunity to meet other people who are just as frustrated and find ways to get involved and push back.
Let us go to Judy in Newton. Thank you for calling, Judy.
Hi, Judy.
Hi. First time, long time. Very excited to speak to you.
We are too. Thanks.
Yeah. So I'm a clinical psychologist, and my practice is in Brookline. And I have been hearing more and more from my clients about their exhaustion, depression, anxiety over Trump, and I share their feelings. And what I try to do with people is help them really work out their own specific personal balance between doing what they can, getting involved, staying tuned into everything, and also knowing when it's time to tune out temporarily, take care of themselves. And it varies from person to person.
Well, so how do you, obviously you have the expertise, and I know it's an individual thing. How do you know? And how does somebody who's obsessed with this, like one of the reasons I have this exhaustion syndrome is I can't turn it off. And the excuse that because I have to follow everything for my job is not why. It's like not being able to turn away from a horrible car accident. Well, how do people do that?
I totally get that. I totally get that personally as well.
Yeah.
I think that with each individual, as I said, it varies, but I think most of us know or can figure out what we can do to sort of calm our nervous systems. If one feels compelled or for work has to stay tuned in all the time, then one has to find the time to also be with like-minded people.
Yeah.
And get outside and be active and counter some of the down feelings by intentionally looking for good news and things that calm one down. One's dog, one's significant other, one's community, as others have said. It's really challenging.
Well, Judy, we can help, even though you have the expertise and we don't. I should say to you, this may help in your practice. I would say the vast majority of people who say they turn to things that they love, many more turn to their dog than turn to their partner, at least those listening to this show. So take that to heart. Judy, call us again. That was great. We really appreciate it, and thanks for your work.
Anonymous texter says, I have the derangement and the exhaustion. I work with many MAGA supporters. They grin and love it when ICE does anything horrific. They really do seem to believe and repeat anything the administration says. When they were happy about Renee Good, I almost broke.
Really?
Well, I mean, the vice president of the United States said she brought on her own death.
Can you imagine?
And you see the picture of her turning to the ICE people right before she was shot to death, saying, "I'm not mad at you, man."
Yeah, I'm not mad at you, man. That's exactly what she said.
And the guy shot at least 3 times, possibly 4.
Yeah.
And the last shots were all when she had turned away from him clearly, and he shot right through the window. I think at some point we got to start asking, what is up with these people?
I think we are asking what is up with these people.
Yeah.
But as that guy said on 60 Minutes, the ICE guy that we've been talking about, one of the stories, everything we've done has been by the book, by the rules, everything, he said. Even Trump admitted yesterday at that press thing, sometimes, this is in response to the Renee Good thing, sometimes they've gotten a little rough, like killing somebody in her car, as you say, after doing that. It's incredible. Dennis in Providence, you have 30 seconds. Sorry, but we have a time thing. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I just wanted to quickly share kind of my perspective on this whole exhaustion thing.
Sure.
For me, it's definitely exhaustion. And I think the bigger part of that is less about Trump, because we know that he's going to do things that are outside of the norm, that we just can't process with a rational mind. But I think what bothers me more on a day-to-day basis is kind of something that I don't know if you guys can totally, fully take as in your role, in your job.
Sure.
Yeah. So I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
But yeah, I'm just worried about the people that I'm around.
What do you mean, real
quickly?
quick?
What do
Your
you mean?
Family, your friends, or other people?
Yeah, family, friends. You guys have the ability to kind of be able to say whatever you want and be okay with it. Whereas, everybody else is kind of watching their words.
That is a very
that's
fine
a great point,
Dennis.
Thank you very much
It's a very
for
good
making
point.
it. I worry about it sometimes myself, some of the things we say. But anyway, coming up here after this quick break,
I
the
worry
culture
about some
shows.
of the things you say.
Jared Bowen. Thank you, Jim, for your support. Jared Bowen is here talking about heated rivalry. He's next.
Again.
Tomorrow night, Governor Maura Healey delivers her State of the Commonwealth address. The speech comes days after officially kicking off her 2026 re-election campaign, and at a time when Massachusetts faces affordability challenges, budget pressures, and federal funding cuts. I'm Tori Bedford. Join me for full coverage of the 2026 State of the Commonwealth. Tomorrow night at 7 on GBH 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News app.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And MIT Sloan Executive Education, a global community of leaders seeking fresh insights on strategy, innovation, and AI. More than 90 programs offered year-round. More at executive.mit.edu. And Beacon Circle patron Joe Goldman, in memory of Sylvia and Gilbert Goldman, proud to support GBH 89.7 and the commitment to local, national, and global journalism that inspires, engages, and supports diversity in the community.
Welcome back to BPR, GBH, and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live at the BPL and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. And roughly an hour, Juliana Hatfield, one of my all-time favorites, performs at the library here. And at 1 o'clock, Doris Kearns Goodwin and her son Joe, who's an Army veteran, talk about the value of public service. We'll also talk about mandatory public service and if it could help heal or at least bridge some of the crippling divide in this country. We're now joined at the library desk by GBH News Executive Arts Editor, host of The Culture Show, which airs daily here on 89.7 at 2, including today live from the library studio. And for our friends in Mass, they can get their dose of Jared and Company Saturdays at 7 p.m. on 88.5 NEPM. Hello, Jared.
Hello.
Actually, before we start. 5 minutes before Jared starts his show yesterday, we say to Jared, we were just talking about phrases and words that we can't take anymore. We have to eliminate it from our lexicon. What was Jared's word? Journey. So I'm listening to Jared's fabulous interview with this guy who's walked all around the world. What was the guy's name? Paul
Salopek.
Paul Salopek. Hey, Paul, tell us about your journey.
Because that's a journey.
Tell us about your
if
journey.
You're walking step by step around the world, that's a journey.
That's right.
Makes my day,
Jared.
Jared.
You tell him.
Your method to self-acceptance, that's a little dubious.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay. So even though Jim Browdy misses the whole thing, apparently.
I watched another 1.5 episodes 2 days ago.
Okay.
Heated rivalry you're talking about?
Your verdict changed?
It's a little better than I thought it was.
Well, it's taken everybody else by storm. Jimmy Fallon said it was like Beatlemania. The story from the New York Times says where people started camping out outside the building for 2 hours to get a look at the star. I forget which one it was there, Connor Story or Hudson Williams, when they were going into Rockefeller Center. I go to get my highlights done yesterday. I walk in. All we're talking about at the hairdressers is a heated rivalry. So
highlights are great, by the way. They look great.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much,
okay,
Jim.
Nice.
Yes, thank you. I have a wonderful. Lindsay is wonderful.
So first of all, you're welcome. Because remember, we were together 2 weeks ago, and I said you should go home tonight and start watching Heated Rivalry. And you said I'm going to go home tonight and start to watch Heated Rivalry. Isn't it fantastic?
I watched. I've finished the whole thing, and you were right. I'm not going to give away the ending, but the tragic, horrible situation that people remember from the last famous two gay lovers.
Mountain, it's not the last one. It's the last hugely high-profile one.
And it was very sad. This is not.
No,
so I'm very happy.
So that's where you are. Where are you in it?
I'm only into the second episode because I've said it 9 times that when the camera zoomed in on the guy's crotch, the Russian guy's crotch.
Didn't happen.
It totally did. They're in the gym in the hotel. They met like 3 seconds earlier, and the camera goes zoing right in there.
They were in their tight workout
What kind of show is that?
Did it have that sound effect? I don't remember.
Zoing it right in there.
Yeah.
But by the way, it's not great. It's fun. Is it fair? It's fun.
No, but you have to keep watching because it's more than fun.
What is it?
What I think is fascinating about this is the way this has become epic. This is a bit like Beatlemania that you can't go anywhere. I had a friend last night who texted me. We have the same wine glasses because we bought them together, and she said, "I think our wine glasses are in heated rivalry. They're on the parents' table." I mean, you can't do one thing now without having this be part of your conversation.
Hold on one second. How many people have watched any of Heated Rivalry here at the library?
My goodness.
About 5.
We have 1.5, yeah.
You got to pick up your game here. It's really. Here's the thing. They have unbelievable chemistry. I mean that.
Yeah. They do. They do.
It's a great love story.
This is exactly
It's a great love story, and I think it's. I don't know. Have there been other great love stories between gay guys that I've missed that have been explicit like this? I don't think so.
Well, there haven't been any that the world has grabbed onto, and I think that's what's so fascinating in this world, where we're so divided and everybody's marginalized and we can't come together and everybody needs to live in their different silos. This is blowing all of that out of the water because I think there is a universal truth to love and romance.
Yes.
That's exactly what this is, and it's so well scripted and it's so well acted that you completely believe that these two men have fallen for each other. There's a subplot with 2 other men. You'll get there, Jim. It's really involves smoothies,
which is very good too.
And
you really like them. That's the other thing. You're really rooting for them.
No, that was not me who did that. I just want to be clear.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. You're rooting for them, and you want to be invested in this.
Especially the Russian guy.
Can I tell you something, by the way?
You're an Ilya
Marjorie,
person?
the other day, I don't know if you were, Sue O'Connell was here the other day, and is giving this intellectual analysis of why people are into
lesbian.
this. And I
That's the problem.
But she's not what? What do you mean it's a problem?
Well, most lesbians are not into men, right?
Yeah.
Straight women are into men.
Well, you're not into gay men, so you're watching.
Well, I'm into a couple of them, I'll tell you that right now.
Exactly. That was exactly my point.
Yeah. I mean, I must admit, I was into Heath Ledger when I saw him in Brokeback Mountain. I mean, ooh la la. Poor Heath Ledger. It's terrible.
So, now I don't know where to go from here.
Okay, fine. We'll continue talking about this every day.
I mean, it's a love story, and it is worth giving a little bit of a spoiler alert in that you don't have to fear
No,
that matters.
Just watch the damn thing.
Here's why it matters. Here's why it matters. Because we just talked about being depressed and upset about Donald Trump. And I don't want to sit down and watch some horrible, sad tale. I can't take it, with cruelty and horrible stuff going on. I don't want to see it. And I think a lot of people maybe are in that boat right now.
Yeah.
I mean, how much cruelty can you take?
Exactly.
Not a lot.
Right, it's only 11:30. How much can you take? Exactly.
Well, I'm talking about our cruel
I know.
president.
I was joking there.
Okay.
Okay, but as I started to say, as Marjorie made clear with her comment a second ago, it's all about the two guys. It is not about any love story with you. It is not.
Totally
Come
about
on.
that.
Yes,
No,
yes.
I'm not saying it isn't for you or for them or whatever. They're great-looking young men, and that's all she talks about every day until the show starts. And then she texts me on the way home saying you should watch because they're so great-looking.
It's not only about that stuff.
It's not only about that.
There is a lot of that stuff.
There is a lot of that stuff.
Fine.
I mean,
Okay, let's move on.
Go watching Romeo and Juliet when it was in the movie theater, and you're rooting for Romeo and Juliet. And of course, things don't turn out well for Romeo and Juliet, as we know. But there are certain people whose love stories you get really into, you know.
By the way, anonymous texter, this is not true. Why is Jim so anti-gay TV? Provincetown leather merchant.
That's right, Jim.
That's what Howie Carr called me when I had a leather store in Provincetown.
And it was accurate.
I had a leather store in Provincetown, so I was a leather merchant. Okay, let's move on.
You're the one who just had a party for the fact that Queer Eye is ending. You do hate gay TV.
I do not hate gay.
Yeah, what's the matter with you?
I
Jim?
didn't have that party. Okay.
You're homophobic.
Now, Valentino dies at 93. This is another huge story. It's only a couple of days so far. 93. Tell us some of the people for whom he did his art. And he was an artist. I mean, he was an artist, right?
Well, he did all of the costumes for Heated Rivalry. Let's start there.
No, he did not.
He did not. No, he's been retired for about
right into the old thing there, yeah.
He's been retired for about 10 years now, but this is a major closure. If we think about the fact that Sophia Loren and Elizabeth Taylor and moving forward Princess Diana, now Queen Rania,
Jackie Kennedy.
Jackie Kennedy, her wedding dress to Ari. He designed
that.
He was part of this whole era that coincided with the golden age of Hollywood, and he was extremely enamored with women and making them beautiful and look beautiful and working with them. And so his whole idea of designing was built around beauty and making women sensational, as he described it. He was never somebody who was into edginess. He was never somebody who really branched off and wanted to make statements. So you weren't going to see these outrageous looks walk down the runway. And so this is a reason that he endured for so long. He did have a little bit of controversy later in his career when he couldn't understand the grunge era in the 90s, and he didn't know why women were having this wild hair and how some of the looks had changed. But forever, he was just the epitome of glamour. And this is somebody, I often am fascinated by artists who you realize that they were only ever meant to sing, or they were only ever meant to act, or in his case, design, because even as a child, he was paying attention to the place setting and to clothing design to such an extent that his father ultimately helped support his business when he went into fashion design, and from there he was off and became this lifestyle guru on top of everything else.
Okay,
there was some debate about how he accumulated so much wealth. I saw something on television about
how he... What was the debate? What do you mean?
Well, that he obviously had a lot of great clients, but apparently he was extravagantly wealthy. With, he had the 5 little pugs in a little row in the seat on his private plane, and he had all these huge houses and stuff. So was there something beyond that, or was it just that he?
I mean, I think he was always, I don't know, I hadn't read anything about that. I was struck by the extraordinary wealth. He had houses in all the great cities, and he just traveled season to season with an entourage, all of the obituaries pointed out. I think when you're a fashion designer of that ilk and you spin off your lifestyle brands, and so you're doing the plates and you're doing furnishings and things of that nature,
just made him very
and then you get acquired by one of the big companies. It wasn't LVMH, but it was of that ilk that acquired his company a number of years ago. They spent obviously hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to do that, and then he remained on as design director for quite some time. So there was a lot of money coming in.
By the way, I don't want to talk about him anymore. I just want to say you're totally destroying my reputation, such as it is. Here's Jessica and Dedham. Jim, you sound like a total tool. Get on the Heated Rivalry bandwagon or get the F out.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, really.
And this other person says, a gay love story without one of them dying, without the tragedy. And I think that's kind of...
but you shouldn't... I wasn't quarreling with your conclusion. I'm saying you shouldn't be telling people how a story ends. They should live and experience the story.
Well, I'm sorry. I just finished having a discussion about how you don't want to have one more depressing, cruel, sad thing to watch on TV. I don't know how people can take it at this moment.
Well, I think it's good to know, because when I watched this series, and I hit the sweet spot right before it became this big thing, and so I hadn't really heard anything. I hadn't heard anything about it, actually, and so I did watch with trepidation.
Me
because
too.
We're conditioned to expect this doom that's going. So, I won't go into it because I don't want to spoil it. But Jim, by next week,
I'm going to watch all things
watch
this weekend.
episode 3 because that is
The turnaround
unbelievably
episode? Okay.
sweet.
It's great. It's great. Season 3 is great,
Okay.
and when the season 3 person returns in season 5, it's really good too. Okay, let's move on.
This
You
is
ready?
one of my favorite things. We've talked to you about this every year. I think this is year 3.
Is this Pete Wells?
No.
Oh,
This
oops.
is Winter Active.
Oh, Winter Active,
It's
okay.
year 3. Is it not year 3? Hello?
This is year 3.
Yeah, that's right. What are you concentrating on?
I was thinking.
Drifting away. Okay. Tell us what it is for those who don't know.
Well, there's a hockey rink, so you can go have your heated rivalry. It's everywhere, Jim. You can't escape it. That's why I was thinking I had to come up with it.
Okay, that was good.
So
Very
Winter
clever.
Active, this is the 3rd iteration of this in downtown Boston. This is the Downtown Boston Alliance, which a few years ago had this very brilliant idea that maybe foot traffic is less in downtown Boston, especially after COVID, especially during the winter when it's really, really cold and it's hard to have incentive to go outside. So they went north. They went to Canada and partnered with a group of arts organizations and artists in Quebec to create installations here in Boston. So you might remember there were the clown heads that were squeezed in between a building, or the parked car that had a satellite that had crashed onto it that ultimately got a parking ticket. That was all Winter Active. The figures that were scaring people because they were looming above, that was Winter Active. Well, they're back for year 3, and so if you're walking through downtown Boston right now, you'll find eyes, big, almost like googly-eyed type signage on buildings. There's one building that has an installation called Kraken Crossing, and if you look up, there are all these tentacles that are reaching out of the windows of this building, so it looks like it's been completely inhabited by some kind of sea creature. There are also serious pieces like Whale Tail at the New England Aquarium, where it's actually the New England Aquarium scientific staff that have collected right whale sounds, and those emanate from this sculpture right in front of the aquarium. There's a seesaw that kids can get on, and it lights up at night, so there's an immersive element to it, an electric element to it. So I think the great story here is that it's been successful. This is how the Downtown Boston Alliance has been able to bring this back year after year because people are coming. It brings great tourism. People are enjoying this art. I had this conversation yesterday on the show with Michael Nichols, who is presiding over this. My prescribed way of doing this is just to walk around downtown, and then it's wonderful to be surprised by all of these things. If you're not expecting them, you can also go on and find a whole map and seek out everything for yourself.
By the way, if you Google, that's exactly what I did. When you go to Winter Active 2026, you Google it, you get to the site. They not only show you all the images, but they show you exactly where they are, which is really very user-friendly, and it's great. And by the way, I went down to Downtown Crossing and actually spent money last year because I went to see the clowns. I only went downtown to see the clowns, so it worked. It was great. Yesterday, you spoke to Pete Wells. We spoke to him about a year ago, right after he decided he would no longer be the restaurant critic for the New York Times. Let's play. Well, first tell us why he stepped down, then we'll play a little sound from your discussion.
So he was about 12 years into being the chief restaurant critic for the New York Times, a job he loved, a job he treasured, a job which really came to define his life, and we'll talk about why that's significant in a moment. But then he went to the doctor one day, and all of his tests proved that he was in pretty bad shape. He was technically morbidly obese. He was pre-diabetic, fatty liver disease, metabolic syndrome, sleep apnea, acid reflux. He said that he was essentially, I creaked and groaned and belched like a tractor. And
that's appealing.
Essentially, he put two and two together and realized all of the eating he's doing in restaurants had led to this health condition.
Here's a little bit of Pete Wells on the Culture Show with
But
Jared
I
yesterday,
did
talking
feel-
talking about his job as a restaurant critic, as Jared is eating now, like right now. Whatever. Okay, it's not working.
It's not working.
That's really shocking. So, you know what? When I was listening to the interview you did yesterday, he said on a typical day, you asked him how often he eat out, said 5 days a week. And then he said, well, actually, some days every day, and some days lunch and dinner. I mean, you can imagine.
So he went, full throttle with his job. And the first question I asked him, because I realized I didn't really know this. Sometimes you have this notion that restaurant critics are really, really careful, just like sommeliers can be really, really careful. If they're tasting wine, put it in your mouth, swish it around, and then spit it out.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Food critics cannot do that. And so they have to eat everything. And they have to eat it multiple times. So as he described, he would go to a restaurant, eat half the menu, then he would go back, eat the other half
That
of the
was the
menu.
best.
So you have to order a wide sampling
Yeah.
of things, the appetizers, the salads, the main course. You have to try the dessert. And it's funny because we say this and you think, oh, poor him. But well, yes, poor him for the way he ended up. But this is the job. And so he had to learn how to manage it. But not only are you doing that, but you're doing it about 3 times because you have to go back and test to make sure that the restaurant has consistency. As he also points out, eating at home is not the same as eating at a restaurant. It's full of all the bad things because those are the flavor bombs that they want people to really remember when they're eating at a restaurant. So he had to have this reckoning with himself after the doctor gave him this news. And he had to also realize that the job didn't define him. So he stepped back. He's now a food writer. And what he's doing this month is a series called Reset Your Appetite. And he's lost almost 60 pounds.
It's very interesting.
Without any of the weight loss drugs.
Yeah.
And he's just learned how to eat right and learned how to construct this. It's about what you put in your pantry and how you eat, when you eat. He learned about carbohydrates and sugars and how addictive they are and has removed those from his diet. He's learned how to eat at restaurants. He still does eat at restaurants from time to time. And then he also practices mindful eating, and he has this great exercise. It's called the raisin meditation, where you take one raisin and you spend a lot of time just eating that one piece. So it basically slows you down, and this has changed his life. And so now he's been sharing it in this month-long series.
Wait, give us this raisin deal again. What's the raisin deal?
The raisin deal, it's called the raisin meditation, and it makes you be still. So first of all, as he points out, a lot of us are eating at our desks.
Yeah,
we're doing
very
other
fast.
things. We're watching television. So you're just eating, not
Shoving
really...
it in.
Shoving it in, not paying attention to what you're doing. But if you take a raisin, you think about it, you smell it. I know it sounds crazy, but
Sounds crazy.
You put it in your mouth, you eat it, you chew slowly. It makes you think about the process of eating and what food represents.
I'll be doing that.
Yeah. So... Well, it worked for him. The other thing I think is really scary, and this seems to only affect the male restaurant critics, but he points out in his initial article about this, all the male restaurant critics who died prematurely, likely from the same conditions of just eating so much.
But you know what I thought was also interesting? I mean, there are certain things that you're tempted to eat too much of, and he talks about, sweets, like chocolate or ice cream or something. And he talked about stocking his own kitchen with foods that you wouldn't likely to overeat, like things that are really good, like maybe you like steak or chicken or lentils or whatever. You're probably not going to gorge on lentils or maybe steak, but his point was healthy foods, you're not going to stuff yourself with them. And I thought that was a good point.
Well, even if you do, obviously you're going to be a lot more healthy than eating 18 cookies.
Is not there like it is, let's have some more ice cream, or let's have another lint ball from across the street.
You know what I do, by the way, because I followed his lead?
Yeah.
I've told you this, I didn't tell Jared. I have individually wrapped raisins in my kitchen.
Yeah.
I have one raisin, I wrap it in plastic, then aluminum, and then I put it in one of those sealable bag things.
That's why you haven't had time to watch Heated Rivalry.
Exactly.
You're individually wrapping
and then
your
I take it out and I smell it or stick it in my nose or whatever he did. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. By the way, having said that, the series is once a week for 4 weeks, right?
Every Monday. Yep.
It's in all seriousness, it's been really great, particularly the environmental thing that you mentioned. I found that to be the most helpful thing because what's around me, I eat. That's the bottom line.
I thought it was really, really interesting, and I thought your interview was great. Okay, so there's a new movie.
No, it's no time.
Oh,
no time.
Shoot.
We have this clock thing. Do you know the clock thing?
I know. I get wrapped up, and then I forget about the clock.
I know.
Okay.
But I can tell you, we were going to talk about H is for Hawk. We can do it next week. H is also for Heated Rivalry, by the way.
Thank you.
It stars Claire Foy. She'll be on the Culture Show tomorrow.
Whoa!
So you can listen to the interview, watch the movie, and then we'll talk about it next week.
That is great.
Yeah.
Jared, you're really rocking it over there.
Really incredible.
That's what happens when you watch Heated Rivalry.
That's right. You're doing a lot of rocking in general. Yeah. Okay, Jim. Sorry you missed the whole thing.
Juliet, have you watched it?
Not yet. No, I just said
yeah.
I have to watch
Juliet
Gotta watch it. Gotta watch it.
Protest happening.
We've been speaking with Jared Bowen, Executive Arts Editor at GBH, host of The Culture Show, which will be live from the Boston Public Library today at 2 o'clock.
Yes,
so we'll see you again in a little bit.
Okay.
Thanks to those of you who tuned in from NEPM. Make sure you can tune into the Fabulous 413. They're on at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The show continues here in Boston. Juliet Cayam from Harvard, the national security expert, is going to join us next. She's going to talk about Trump. What else? What's going on in Greenland? What's going on in Minnesota? Law enforcement issues. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR on GBH and NAPM live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
You're listening to Boston Public Radio with Jim Browder and Marjorie Egan. Just ahead, more smart conversation about what's going on in our community. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And American Repertory Theater with Wonder, a new musical for the whole family based on the best-selling book and beloved movie. The Wall Street Journal calls it heartfelt and uplifting. Tickets at amrep.org. Against the backdrop of Mount Kilimanjaro, explore the complex lives of the majestic elephant bulls on the next episode of Nature. Don't miss Tusker, Brotherhood of Elephants. Tonight at 8 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browder. Ahead on the second hour of BPR, live from the Boston Public Library. Donald Trump is doubling down on his threats against Greenland, although he's pinky promising not to use force to get it. Sowing chaos among our European allies at Davos. We'll sift through the craziness with Harvard national security expert Juliet Kayyem.
I'm Marjorie Egan, then a special edition of live music on Wednesday with a longtime Boston rocker, Juliana Hatfield, and her great new album titled Lightning Might Strike. Then rejoice. There's just enough this hour for another edition of our Two More Things segment. It's all next in the second hour of BPR 89.7 GBH, live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Rahm. In a speech at the World Economic Forum today, President Trump continued to insist that the U.S. purchase Greenland from Denmark. NPR's Danielle Kurtzleben reports.
Trump framed the U.S. as entitled to Greenland after helping defend Europe in World War II.
So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
Trump said he won't use force to take Greenland, though he pointedly also said the U.S. military would be unstoppable in trying. Trump rambled to many topics, at one point declaring the 2020 election rigged, as usual without evidence. However, he eventually covered affordability as originally planned, including policies to boost homeownership and cap credit card interest rates. Danielle Kurtzleben, NPR News.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukraine needs unity from the U.S. and Europe to push Russia into ending its nearly 4-year full-scale war. NPR's Joanna Kakissis reports from Kyiv.
Speaking to reporters through voice messages, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said only united pressure from the U.S. and Europe can force Russia to end its war on Ukraine. I really want America to listen to Europe, specifically through diplomacy, he said, speaking about Greenland, a self-governing part of Denmark. Zelensky said Ukraine supports Denmark's sovereignty and territorial integrity. He also confirmed that President Trump had invited Ukraine to join his so-called Board of Peace, but did not say Ukraine would sign up. He expressed concerns that the council would include Russia, as well as Russian ally Belarus. Joanna Kakissis, NPR News, Kyiv.
The Department of Justice has issued subpoenas to several public officials in Minnesota. It's investigating whether they are obstructing immigration enforcement. Residents of the state are on edge. NPR's Sergio Martinez Beltran reports from Minneapolis.
It feels like there are agents everywhere, and you can see them in residential neighborhoods, the bus stops, parking lots. And two things are notable here. One, some businesses are losing money big time. Medical care has also been affected. Dozens of Minnesota doctors in a news conference yesterday said patients afraid of being picked up by ICE are staying home. They say pregnant women are missing prenatal visits. They worry about ICE and patient privacy. And one doctor said a mom was afraid to seek care for her baby who was having trouble breathing for fear she'd be detained.
NPR's Sergio Martinez Beltran reporting. This is NPR News in Washington.
Good afternoon. With the
In
latest from the
Spain,
GBH newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. A new survey out today finds nearly all college faculty in Massachusetts and across the country say they're worried students are becoming too dependent on artificial intelligence. From our higher ed desk, GBH's Kirk Carapeza reports that professors say tools like generative AI are diminishing key skills like critical thinking and communication.
The survey from the American Association of Colleges and Universities finds 95% of faculty nationwide are concerned about how tools like ChatGPT are changing teaching and learning.
It's an enormous disruption.
Lee Rainey runs a digital research center at Elon University in North Carolina. He led the survey of more than 1,000 professors.
They're worried about students' attention spans. And they're worried about students basically deferring to these models and handing over their lives to these models.
Rainey says those fears strike at the heart of higher education's mission. And he says part of the problem is there's still no clear consensus on when using AI is cheating and when it's a legitimate learning tool. Kirk Carapeza, GBH News.
JetBlue says it's adding more flights between Boston and Denver for this weekend. The airline says it's looking to accommodate demand from New England Patriots fans traveling to Denver for Sunday's AFC Championship game against the Broncos. In addition to adding flights on Friday and Monday, JetBlue says existing flights will be equipped with larger jets. The Patriots are one 60-minute game away from going to the Super Bowl. Yes, sir. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Fisher Investments. Fisher is committed to helping clients stay on track to reach their financial goals and enjoy a comfortable retirement. FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Brady and Marjorie Egan. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. In about a half hour, we're going to be joined by Boston indie rock stalwart. She's been around here for a long time. She's got a new album out. Juliana Hatfield is going to perform for us right here at the library. At 1 o'clock, we're going to be joined by the great presidential historian, Doris Kearns Goodwin, and her son, Joe, a veteran, Army veteran. They're going to talk about public service, and they're here because Jim wrote a piece about mandatory public service.
They're not here because I wrote a piece.
And he wants to prolong this for as long as he possibly can.
You are incorrigible.
On
it's
January,
just like...
January 30th, from noon to 1, the Governor of the Commonwealth, Maura Healey, will be here with us at the Boston Public Library. Hi.
You try.
Okay, no, really. Okay, joining us at the library desk is national security expert Juliet Cayam, former Assistant Secretary for Homeland Security under President Obama, faculty chair of the Homeland Security Program at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, and CNN's senior national security analyst. Hey, Juliet.
Hello.
Hey there.
Hi, Juliet.
Hi.
So the president
and the lead singer. No, I'm joking. They're all here for Juliana.
And Doris Kearns.
Oh, right.
And you.
Oh, come on.
Don't sell yourself short there.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, as everybody probably knows, the president is over in Davos. He gave a wacky speech this morning talking about chopping down windmills or taking them down wind blades or how everybody loves them in the United States of America. Anyway, I want to start with some sound. It's a clip of 2 of the leaders that are at the Davos World Economic Forum talking about Trump. First, you'll hear Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, and then French President Emmanuel Macron.
Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition.
We do believe that we need more growth, we need more stability in this world, but we do prefer respect to bullies, we do prefer science to plotism, and we do prefer rule of law to brutality.
So What do you make of Trump's appearance so far, what he's done? He says he's not going to use military force in Greenland, but I don't know if I believe him.
Why would you believe a single theory? First of all, he called it Iceland 3 times.
Sure,
So, I mean,
that,
I think we're done having the market react to everything. I wish we were done with having the market react to everything. He wakes up and he has, he's not all there. So let's go to yesterday where you saw 2 leaders, in particular Prime Minister Carney from Canada, do something we haven't seen in a while, which was neither focus on the present and all the madness that we're seeing in international and national security, nor the past with a nostalgia for an era when presidents had respect and the United States was governed by the rule of law, but towards a future. And he laid out what everyone, if you're online or see on any TV news show, a way of thinking about the sort of end of the post-World War II order with a focus on what he calls middle powers, which would be Canada, which in terms of thinking about alliances and how far we would take alliances and respect. And it was just I watched it twice because it was just so shockingly lovely in the sense like, okay, there's a smart person who could put sentences together who's thinking about the world and views Trump as the cause, but also a symptom of a world that was indeed changing. I mean, Trump helped expedite it to this new vision. Trump then comes on today. He spends this is Davos. This is about international security and foreign policy. He spends a lot of time on the 2020 election and how it was stolen from him. I know. But this is the lack of clarity in his thinking anymore, or now, and does get Iceland and Greenland mixed up, I think 3 times. So I think it does suggest that why anyone would quote him and say now this is reality is just ridiculous. He's going to get back on that plane and someone from Denmark is going to say something that makes him mad, or he's going to want the Peace Prize, and he's going to go off in another direction. Look, we're only 2 days from that crazy posting he put, I guess it was Sunday night
to the Prime Minister
to
of
the
Norway.
Norway, who I'm convinced he got Norway and Denmark mixed up, saying that he's no longer about peace since he didn't get the Peace Prize.
No, he didn't mix them up because he does know that the Nobels are given out of Norway. He chooses to believe that the government
has something to do with it. Right.
Who is the?
He's been told, right? Because everything is cooked, as he believes.
Let me give you a couple of thoughts I'd like you to react to. My original, I was really concerned this is going to happen, and of course it still may happen, and everybody who has expertise says it's the end of NATO. We have Nick Burns, your buddy, on next week, who was the ambassador to NATO, saying those kinds of things last night on CNN. A couple of things. One, what I think is going to happen, which I think is a good thing, is, I just decided this in the last 10 minutes, so feel free to pick it apart, is they're going to say to him, you can have as many bases as you want. He's going to either forget or ignore that under that agreement in 1951, he could have as many bases as he wants. He's going to hope the American people don't know about that agreement. He's going to hold a press conference saying, I bludgeoned them, and they finally agreed under pressure from the most important man who's ever lived to allow us to have as many bases. And for those who think he can't get away with that, he was going to enter in Iran to help the protesters. If anyone was killed, thousands and thousands were killed, and he just ignored it and moved on. However, here's the biggest concern I have. Richard Haas, who said of the former head of the Council on Foreign Relations, I think, was on NPR this morning, and he made a point that may be obvious to you, but I hadn't thought about because I'm so focused on the present. He says, doesn't matter how this is resolved, this has changed our relationship to the world forever. Or maybe he didn't mean for generations, but for years and years, well beyond Trump. There are going to be relations with China that substitute for relations with us, like Canada.
That's what I mean. Carney does not mention China or U.S. He mentions U.S., but he doesn't mention names. Carney, Prime Minister from Canada, that was a reorientation towards the East. And he doesn't say it, but he just, there's going to be consequences for us acting this way. I heard a European diplomat say, we could forgive the United States for Trump first term, but for second term, we have to believe that this is the way things are in the future, which I think is probably right, and I think that's why.
Meaning this is America. They elected him.
Who knows? We won't have a Trump 3.0. Not him, but Vance.
This guy Elliot Cohen that wrote a great piece about this in Atlantic, who's a professor at emeritus at Johns Hopkins and is this Middle Eastern, not Middle Eastern, foreign affairs guy. That the United States is now viewed by much of the world as unreliable and dangerous because so many millions of Americans fell for this con man and still are falling for this con man, so they may fall for another con man. And I think we used to be the city on the hill, the light of the world kind of thing.
Get over that. No, I mean, this is what I found so great about Prime Minister Carney's speech is just this thing is not being put back together, including the United States, but there's a way to think about us and the world in the future. And I mean, it's up to the American voter to decide what image of the United States we want. It's up to the Democratic Party or some alternative of the Republican Party to figure out, do you really want the image that we have now? I will say this as I say it every week. And Greenland is really, really interesting. Trump is not becoming more popular. I mean, he's becoming less. Every poll, it's 1 point lower and lower and lower and lower. Greenland, he's lost his base on it. They don't quite get what's going on that. He had to pull back. I mean, the unreliable is also, he never makes the case for any of this, right? So, one can wish for a Senate that inserted itself. Maybe they did a little bit on Greenland, and he does appear to have backed off. But I don't believe you go from that email or that message he sent Sunday night to Davos saying, I'm not going to use military force, and not anticipate another 180-degree turn by this president. And that's what's dangerous about it.
By the way, we said, talking about 180 degrees, we said before you got here in the 11 o'clock hour that I think it was Saturday, I may be off a day. One day it's doing Greenland because of the Nobel. Next day he's asked on a tarmac by a reporter something about the Nobel Peace Prize. He says, I don't care about the Nobel Peace Prize. And the next day, yesterday, he's back to, they screwed me out of the Nobel Peace Prize, 8+ wars I have resolved.
And I can just, I'm not a doctor and I don't play one on TV. I will say that when a president mixes up words and policies as much as Donald Trump, I think you can't not discuss his capacity to understand what he is doing, the position he has. He is, they're reporting on it right now, half a dozen times. I mean, it's hard to, unless you don't know anything. Greenland and Iceland are not easily interchangeable. They share land, right?
Both icy.
Icy. They're both cold. That's true.
Let me tell you an interesting thing.
That's your foreign policy analysis. That's right. Why don't we go after Iceland and not Greenland?
That could be next.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and don't forget, he talked about annexing Canada as well. There's going to be the 51st state. There was that great, they showed the big picture. There was the AI picture. We had an AI picture. We showed it yesterday of Trump standing on Greenland with I mispronounced it. Yes, I said it wrong. I said Hiroshima. It was Iwo Jima. But anyway, standing with the American flag on Greenland with Marco Rubio next to him and J.D. Vance, and then they showed I've seen this other one of him sitting in the Oval Office with all the European countries, which he totally trashed in front of the European countries today.
By the way, you just said Greeceland. That's the third country he's going to take.
Greenland.
Whatever.
Greenland.
So
with the flag.
Let me tell you something that has
flag
changed.
Over all these countries.
Marjorie started in 2015 saying this guy.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt
you. Not Graceland, Greeceland.
No, but if we start saying Graceland, maybe he'll get confused.
Graceland.
He can have Graceland. It's already his.
I love Graceland. Have you been to Graceland?
Can we move on?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Fine. This is important, I think. You started this, as I said, with Unhinged in 2015.
Yeah. We did.
We asked virtually every politician, elected officials on the show, and journalists, why don't you talk about the fact, not just his cognitive decline, but his overall mental health. Obviously, within the Democrats, a decision was made because in the last 3 days, if you watch CNN, every Democrat who's been from Gallego, the senator from Arizona, to Seth Moulton last night, they use words insane, senile, and madman.
Yeah.
And whether it's right or not, the Democrats have finally decided, I guess some pollster told them it's okay, to talk about the scary decline of a 79-year-old president, whether you like his politics or not.
Decline's the right word.
I think that's healthy to get into the conversation.
Because decline is just obvious, right? Like, I mean, no straight-faced person could be watching him now and not see a massive decline in his capacity to finish sentences.
You know, I hope this turns out, after having two presidents in a row in decline, that some of these Democrats that are pushing 80 rethink they're running again. You know, I
don't think just that. How about some Democrats telling the truth? Kamala Harris went on CNN a minute and a half after one of the most horrible debate performances in American history, and said he, was terrific. His ideas were clear, expressed them well, and then everybody, with very few exceptions, actually Seth Moulton was one of the first people there too, and then the former, what's the name of the former Globe reporter at the Wall Street Journal, wrote that piece and got savage. Annie Linsky got savage, and she was telling the story exactly as it was about his decline.
We had to depend on George Clooney to bring the truth to the American public.
That is partially true.
He wrote a piece in the New York Times saying that Biden had lost his
fastball.
Mojo.
Or his slow ball, actually, too.
Yeah.
So,
Trump talked about Sleepy Joe Biden several times this morning, too.
We're talking to Juliet.
Can't quit that man.
Juliet Kayyem. Let's go to Minnesota for a second, this militarization and the potential. I don't know if the Insurrection Act, which would allow them to call up the military, which obviously you can't use internally against your own people unless it meets certain criteria. It's been used, obviously, was at the LA riots, and obviously Eisenhower and Kennedy around racial integration, 60 plus years ago. Well, what's your reaction to not just 6 times as many National Guards ICE people there as cops, but the potential for calling up this elite Alaskan airborne division to
it's
go
been out
to
there,
Minnesota.
And to show how crazy things are, the assurance that the Pentagon gave that they weren't about to invade Greenland was that these people were being activated. This group was being activated from Minnesota. I was like, makes me feel better. Yeah, this is a. So I don't know what to make of this. For people who haven't been following this, you sort of forward position your military troops if you have a plan on deployment. The idea is that this Army unit would be sent in the case of a Insurrection Act invocation by Trump to Minnesota. And the National Guard is already out in Minnesota because they've been called by Governor Walz. So what we know is happening in Minnesota is you have an out-of-control militaristic federal law enforcement agency. They are not troops. They are not a military. They do not have criminal investigatory authority. They are governed by rules having to do with immigration. They are now a sweeping interrogation, race, paper showing, show your papers force that killed a woman who was a mother of 3, who we now know was no threat to the agent, is arresting people who are U.S. citizens, is arresting people that are not violent offenders, and taking people off the street. That is for a show of force against a blue city and a blue state. There's no question about it. If you look at the data, Texas has many more violent, unlawful immigrants. Within Texas, we know it, per capita, this is a political use of ICE. ICE is not fixable. You will hear people talk about abolishing ICE, maybe demilitarizing ICE. And it's run, or this campaign is run by a very disturbing person who basically calls it his troops. So yesterday, a police chief from Minnesota came out to say 2 of his his off-duty police officers, or more than 2, both of them minorities, had been stopped by ICE. One was a woman whose phone was thrown on the floor. So this is an unruly group. The National Guard is now under Governor Walz's authority. They're now wearing orange vests to distinguish themselves from the fake military, because ICE looks a lot like military in what they're wearing, and the fact that they're masked. National Guard is not masked. This took a long time to explain for a very simple solution. This is a powder keg. And if the president deploys active troops, we have no guideposts for this at this stage.
You know, one of the interesting things that was said on your station, CNN, the other night, I mentioned this yesterday, which I hadn't thought about, is cops who are well trained are trained to de-escalate.
Yes.
And the mission of people like the elite Alaskan Airborne Unit is to escalate. That's what people in the military do.
That's exactly right.
So not only do they not have that training, they have the exact opposite training.
Right. And I mean, this is what people were saying about that, the video of Good, the woman who was killed, is police officers have a duty to de-escalate. Well, they have two primary duties. One is preservation of life to the extent practicable, and the second is de-escalation. You saw neither of those there. The other issue that is important to remember is that the active military has very strong, since 9/11, has very strong relationships with state and local police, emergency management, National Guard. It's a program that I know very well, given my work in and out of government, called the Defense DSCA. It's a defense support for civilian authorities, because in a more normal world, when the threat was a common threat to local, state, and federal, you wanted to have the capacity to work with the military should you need it. That is getting torn apart. So it's not just this moment, it is 25 years of cooperative integration of the military into civilian planning, protection, all the things we care about. But because Donald Trump views Minnesota as the enemy rather than the thing to support, we're going to see something we haven't seen before. Military is not trained for it. It's just period. It's just not. No one can convince, and anyone who pretends otherwise, you're going to deploy, if the president does it, active military into a civilian context with what? What's the mission? What's
you
the mission?
mentioned originally, Marjorie, you should repeat what you said before Juliette got here. What was the original mission, not for the military, but for
rooting out fraud. Right. It's changed a lot, as we know. I mean, because the president, I will say, just like Greenland, I mean, one of the things that we're seeing is, just like Greenland, and you saw it with President Trump's press conference yesterday, again, these are wildly unpopular missions. And for those who are very concerned about where the United States is, remember, this is reflected in 33%, 35% of the country, that's never going to budge from the party, let alone MAGA. But he's not growing the base from any of this. And so I don't know what to do with that, except there's a process that our democracy lives under that is reflected in.
How low do his poll numbers have to get before some Republicans show some courage? I mean, there's no stopping him. That's the thing that's so scary. Who's going to stop him? I mean, federal judges are trying to stop him, but it's too slow and it's not enough.
One of the
it happens in a moment, though. I mean, I will say that it does happen. I mean, look, it's whatever you think of Chuck Schumer talking about the elderly that may need to be replaced. Whatever you think of Chuck Schumer, we don't have the House, we don't have the Senate, we don't have the White House. Our only thing that we can do is keep him below 40%. That was the strategy, and I have to tell you,
that's assuming that the elections are going to happen, or that the elections will be fair.
Elections are going to happen.
Well,
Republicans can't win a thing
I'm a little concerned.
No, but I mean, even if they happen, the point that Marjorie's made repeatedly, if you're a person of color who doesn't send your kid to school or the doctor, even though, for example, you're a citizen. Yeah. Are you going to get in line to vote when they're ICE agents
I think the
right
Project
outside the polling
25
place?
People that arrange this whole second term, 2025, whatever it is, are spending the next few months figuring out how they're going to undermine the elections. I mean, I just think it's obvious. And
Can I end on an up note?
We need 4
Here's
all
the
we need is 3 seats. I want to calm you down. Owen Johnson is hanging on by what?
Oh, what a disgrace he is.
Yeah, he is. But you don't need 80 seats. You'd like 80 seats. You need 3. think we can get 3.
Here's the up note. We're going to end on an up note. Remember John King yesterday?
When
we watched John King's piece out of Iowa, when he's talking to those farmers who said, even though I'm getting totally screwed, a couple of them said, or that woman, for example, Betsy, I'm still with him.
Everything he's
They're
done is
suffering.
right.
They're talking about how the economy is killing them. And the last 2 times they've seen this guy on TV, not to mention times before, what's he talking about? Taking Greenland.
Yeah.
How do you think you feel if you're a farmer about to go under who voted for Trump, who is contemplating sticking with Trump, when you see he doesn't even give enough of a damn, and he also says in Davos, greatest economy in the world. Oh, that's going to make him feel good, don't you think?
A lot of people, somebody texted me that they were listening to another radio station in Boston this morning, an AM station, where they were talking about there are underground tunnels in Minnesota, Arizona, and California, and the cartels are traveling through them. They were talking about this on the radio.
Yeah.
So I think
you're
there's
not going to convince
craziness
your
out
goal.
there.
This is if you want to live in a world in which you like everything you hear, you're in the wrong country. You need 3 votes. You need 3 seats.
By the way,
can you do it? Everyone,
said,
go to your Yeah, thank you.
I hope so.
All you need is 3 seats. You just need a majority by
that
1.
radio station you're talking about, you have to. One of the requirements, if you listen, you have to have an aluminum. You have a tin hat on,
and you have to have something in your teeth,
so you can
and
hear
something in your teeth.
Juliet Kayyem, nice to see you. Do well.
3 seats.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much, Juliet. I hope I'm right. Yeah, you're right over there, Miss Pace the Rage. We're speaking with Juliet Kayyem, former Assistant Secretary for Homeland Security under President Barack Obama, faculty chair of the Homeland Security Program at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, and CNN Senior National Security Analyst. Thank you, Juliet. Coming up after this quick break, a special, we're thrilled about this, live music performance on a Wednesday with Juliana Hatfield. You may know her from the days of the Lemonheads. She's been a solo artist, and she's just out with a brand new album, Lightning Might Strike, and we're going to hear her perform up next. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, live at the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, Tracy Chang, the chef behind Cambridge's Pagoo, now a Michelin-recognized restaurant for its bold Japanese-Spanish cooking and meticulous technique. Now that the Michelin Guide has put Greater Boston on the map, we'll talk with her about the work behind the honor, the city's evolving restaurant scene, and how she navigates ambition, creativity, and commitment to her community. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Bryant University, ranked 5th in the nation for internships and recruiter demand by LinkedIn's 2025 Top Colleagues list. Committed to preparing students to be day one ready for success. Learn more at bryant.edu. And the Office of the Massachusetts State Treasurer. The Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed funds from utility bills, uncashed paychecks, savings accounts, and more. To see if you have unclaimed money, you can visit findmassmoney.gov.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browder live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. At 1 o'clock, Doris Kearns Goodwin will be joining us here live with her son, Joe. He's an Army veteran. Talk about public service, specifically my obsession. Mandatory public service is a way to help bridge this crippling divide in this country. But first, nothing gets us out of a Trump-induced funk like live music at the library. This week, we couldn't wait till Friday, so we're bringing you some early. We're joined now by longtime Boston indie rock legend, Juliana Hatfield. You know her from the bands Blake Babies, Lemonheads, Juliana Hatfield 3. She's out with a new album. It's fabulous. Her 21st, called Lightning Might Strike. All about change and fate and other stuff, major themes in Hatfield's life and work through the years. More info at julianahatfield.com. We'll talk with her in a minute about all that, but first some music. Here's Juliana Hatfield and her bandmates performing Fall Apart from Lightning Might Strike. Welcome.
I don't exactly remember what happened. I must have pushed it out of my mind. I got good at looking the other way.
Hatfield. That was great. Come on, join us. Yep. By the way, Margie, I was just thinking this song's called Fall Apart. That line is, I fall apart now and then. That could be the new national anthem for America. I think we can do that.
That could be the new national anthem.
Put that on your head, Juliana
Yeah, put it on your head.
Hatfield.
Yep. Doesn't matter. Either way you want to do it.
Okay.
Tell us who. Yes, we can. Tell us who's in your band.
This is Ed Velasquez on the bass guitar.
Hello, Ed.
And yes, he's great. And Chris Anzalone, lefty, on the drums.
That was great. So the 21st album.
I know. That's what they say. I lost count, actually.
Yeah, you have been very busy up there. You moved out of Central Square. You've been doing this up in Amherst, right?
Yeah, I was in Cambridge for close to 20 years, I think. And then this is my third winter in Amherst.
How do you feel about that?
I have mixed feelings. I'm still trying to adjust to life out there.
Why'd you move?
I got a little bit tired of apartment life, and I wanted more space. And I wanted not to have people above me, below me, to the side of me. I wanted to make music without having to worry about bothering neighbors.
I love that you said in some interview that you called it a starter home. Is that what you described as your place in Amherst?
Yeah, and there's a song in the album called "My House Is Not My Dream House," which is just a true story about all the things that bug me about the house, about my starter house. But I'm not complaining. I got into home ownership very late in life, and so it's a kind of a big deal. I was able to pull it off.
So tell us about this. People who followed your career like we have, and we are both big fans. You've obviously been in a ton of bands. You've been solo. You've done these incredible cover albums from Olivia Newton-John to ELO to Police and all that sort of stuff. Tell us about this one.
The new one.
The new one.
Lightning Might Strike. Well, it's when I moved. Part of the Sorry, I'm having trouble speaking. When I moved to Amherst, part of what I wanted to do in this new space that I had was to make an album. That was my first goal. And I had the space and I could make noise. And so I moved out there and some things started to go wrong and I was having a bit of a bad time, just like a lot of things kind of crashed down at the same time. And I was writing about that place I was in. Like a really good friend died, then my dog died, and then my mother was diagnosed with cancer, and she's doing really great now, by the way.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so all these, and I was in a new town in which I knew pretty much no one, and I felt I was writing about all that, how I was processing all of that while it was happening.
You know, I said to Marty, the first thing I said to Marty, I listened to the whole album last night. I think it's great. It's really great.
Thank you.
But I hope you don't take this the wrong way. I don't exactly get the sense that you're out feverishly promoting this thing. Is that,
you got that right.
Is that not who you are, or what's the deal? I mean, it's terrific.
It's really not who I am. I've always been very conflicted, I'm very uncomfortable with promotion of any kind.
Is that the whole point, though? I mean, you want people to listen to the damn album, right?
Yes, it is. So that's why I'm conflicted. It's a conflict. It's always been a really big conflict in my career. You know, it's like I know there are people who thought I maybe could have sold more records or gone farther or had a higher profile if I had been constitutionally better made for self-promotion.
Well, I wonder how different it is self-promoting in the business now than it was when you started. I mean, it's changed dramatically, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that now it's probably, you really have to be the kind of person who's okay with that, to be able to make a name for yourself. I mean, everyone seems to be so comfortable with being on camera, you know, selfies and everything. And I'm just so uncomfortable every time there's a camera in front of me.
Well, also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought, you know, years ago, you became people loved your music. They wanted to buy your music. They wanted to buy your albums. You worked for somebody who would take care of some of that promotion for you. And now it seems like it's almost left to the artist.
Yeah, and that some people are not cut out for that. It's really that the publicity department used to deal with that stuff.
Exactly.
And now we have to.
Yeah.
And I can't do that, you know. I can't
get
sell
it.
myself.
I think that's hard. It's very hard.
And the only reason I came here to promote myself here is because I love you guys and I listen to you all the
Well,
time.
thank you.
I mean, I
Thank
love the
you.
show. I don't know you personally, but
Thank you.
I listen to the show all the time.
Well, you were on our sister station, NEPM, so if you hadn't come here, I would have been very upset.
Right.
So I wanted to ask you one of
Wait,
the
I'm going to
things.
stay on that for a second.
What?
Isn't it sort of oxymoron? I'm not. It sounds like I'm like criticizing. I'm not. I'm just asking. You're on stage. I've seen you a bunch of times, and you sort of at times like explode on stage, and I mean that in the.
I do.
Yes, you do, in a totally complimentary way. Isn't? You could do that, but you can't.
No, I mean, I think Johnny Carson said that he was notoriously shy, right?
That's true, actually.
And I
yeah.
think that being shy, I'm very shy, and I've always had trouble communicating personally, one-on-one, or communicating verbally, or it's difficult for me. I can't express myself, so I make songs. I can put my thoughts together more clearly in a song, and then that becomes a form of communication for me. But it's also really weird to get up in front of an audience and play. It's just such a weird dichotomy.
Well, it's vulnerable, I would think.
Yeah, there's a little bit of vulnerability, but you also, on a good night, you can also feel so powerful. Like that's the one place where you're in control and have some strength, you know?
So you said in one of these interviews that you did that I think of my songs as something that came out of me but isn't me. And what do you mean by that?
I think it's, there's a musical persona, and sometimes it feels like this voice that I sing with, I have nothing to do with it. I was born with it. I mean, I'm not saying that it's the greatest voice, but it's mine, and it's kind of original sounding, I think. But I just, and then the songs that I put together, it's something that, it's kind of innate in a way, and it's like anyone has Bruce Springsteen has a musical persona. He has a voice that comes out of him. I think that's what I mean, and it's just like any kind of, it's kind of miraculous, I think, when people make any kind of art.
And
how hard is this for you right now?
It's actually, considering how uncomfortable I could be, this is not, this is like a
Not
lower
as bad?
yeah, this is a much lower level of discomfort, because I feel like I sort of know you from listening to you.
Oh, good. So it's not like not like waterboarding or
it,
anything like that.
No, but not like not as bad as waterboarding.
Okay,
it's a little bit difficult because there's two of you.
I know.
And it's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
So
it's like
an
ping
anonymous
pong.
texter says her song "Scratchers," which is on the new album too, which is great, should be the Massachusetts state song. Explain why, if people haven't heard it yet.
Well, scratchers are what some of us call scratch tickets,
Yes.
lottery tickets. And my mother and I both like to play the numbers once in a while. And my mother always tells me if she wins the big one, she'll buy me, you know, a house in Brattle Street or something.
Oh,
you know?
lovely.
She's like, I'll give you a house, the house you want.
You mentioned your mom a couple of times. She was a great journalist at the Boston Globe for years, writing
she
about
was,
fashion, right?
Yep, she was a fashion editor.
Yeah.
I don't want to call her out, but she's here today.
Where is she?
Oh. I don't want to point to her. I don't want to.
She just waved to us. She just waved to us right there. Oh, my
Julie
goodness, there's
Hatfield.
Mom.
Wow.
There's Mom.
Former fashion editor.
Yeah.
of the
Great to see you. Wow, that is terrific. So this album, which you're theoretically here to promote, we haven't talked about hardly at all, Lightning Might Strike. I read you were writing the lyrics as you're in the studio recording, as you go kind of thing?
Well, the studio
is your
my house.
Okay, what?
And I work very slowly on my own, sometimes for an hour a day, and then I'm burned out. So I usually start with some music, and then I'll put words to it, and the words sort of, I work them out over time, over the music.
What do you do when you're not doing this, by the way? What do you do with your life?
Well, in Amherst, it's pretty quiet out there. I have a newish dog. We go on a lot of trail walks. I draw, I paint sometimes.
What kind of dog?
She's a little 20-pound mix. She's
fun.
Yeah, she's border collie, beagle, Pomeranian.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jim's a big dog person now. I'm a big dog.
See, when you ask
person
people
too.
about dogs, it relaxes them.
It relaxes
That's
them.
why we
Yeah,
brought
dogs
that
are the
up.
best. You know, in a couple of minutes, you're going to play Popsicle from the new album.
No.
Oh,
No,
it's not
we
gonna-
just said it.
Oh, constant companion. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but when I read about Popsicle, the idea of it would, someone called it a feel bad song for the winter and a midlife disillusionment. I wonder. We spent a lot of time talking about our own disillusionment at this particular time. Is this just midlife, or is it because we're in this crazy state in the world right now, or do you try to block out the politics?
It's impossible to block it out. I mean,
Yeah.
one is aware if one is alive, I think. It's kind of both. I think it's
Yeah.
where I am in life, midlife, and then having uprooted myself from my base in Cambridge out to Western Mass where I knew no one, and feeling depressed for a year and about circumstances.
Yeah.
It's kind of all of that. I mean, it's pretty depressing what's going on in the world right now, on top of anything else that's depressing.
So on an up note, do you know what great song was written in Central Square a couple of decades ago by Van Morrison?
Oh, yeah. Tell me.
Brown-Eyed Girl.
What, Brown-Eyed Girl?
On Franklin Street.
I lived on Bigelow Street.
You did?
Yeah, that was where I last lived before I went to Amherst.
Greg says, see if he's correct, Juliana Hatfield, born in hometown of Wisconsin,
Maine.
home of the greatest lobster roll at Red's.
That's what they say. I was too young when I lived there I was just a baby,
Yeah.
so they didn't give me any lobster roll.
But Amherst is a great town. I mean,
Amherst?
yeah, I think so. I spent some time up there. I think it's beautiful.
My dad went to college there.
Yeah, right. Got UMass up there and Amherst College up there and the 5 colleges. It's a great college town.
Before you tell us about the song you're going to play, we're getting tons of texts. You've only been asked this question 10,000 times. Can you ask about her 1993 song, My Sister, in light of the fact that you don't have a sister? Do you mind answering that again?
I think My Sister was just an idea. I wanted one. The song. It just became the sister was a symbol for all the things I wish I had, or how my life could have been different if I had had a sister. It's a song about longing
I love
for
that
things.
song.
Thank you.
Constant Companion. Who is the constant companion about whom you're singing?
My last dog who died.
Oh, was?
Who died right after I moved to Amherst.
Oh.
Yeah.
Juliana Hatfield, if you gently put your headset down, you can rejoin your bandmates. And she's going to play Constant Companion.
She's going to play Constant Companion. And you know what? When we have discussions about whom people would rather get rid of first, their spouse or their dog, it's always a spouse.
Of course it is.
That gets the heave-ho
Does that surprise you?
Because people love their Constant Companion. Here's Juliana Hatfield.
Well, before you even say that, give the website again, because if she's not going to promote herself, we are.
JulianaHatfield.com. JULIANA Hatfield, HATFIELD, JulianaHatfield.com. And here is Constant Companion.
Turtles sometimes, but some there. I have cried in every room. The breaths, the touch, the sounds of you have melted away, and the empty space is still so new. Never was there ever anybody who found it so easy to love me. The light in every morning and day and night, it was you. I keep your memory. I close my eyes and see my constant companion. You will always be with me, my dear sweet baby. I keep your memory. I close my eyes and see my constant companion. You will always be with me.
That was singer-songwriter Juliana Hatfield performing Constant Companion from her brand new album, Lightning Might Strike. Thank you so much for coming in, Juliana, and the band. If you want to get more info, JulianaHatfield.com. It sounds just like it's spelled just like it sounds, I should say. JulianaHatfield.com. Thank you again. Coming up after this quick break, just enough time in the hour for the Pulitzer Prize losing Limping to the Bitter End. Two More Things segment. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the BPL and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Arun Roth. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, State Auditor Diana DeZoglio is releasing an audit on the use of non-disclosure agreements by state agencies. And forecasters are warning of a historic winter storm, snow and ice stretching from Texas to the Carolinas and up the East Coast. We'll have what it means and what to expect this weekend. Those stories and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Boston Youth Symphony Orchestras presenting Berlioz' Les Troyens, A Carthage Sunday, January 25th at Sanders Theater at Harvard University. Tickets at bysoweb.org. And Beacon Circle patron Joe Goldman, in memory of Sylvia and Gilbert Goldman, proud to support GBH 89.7 and the commitment to local, national, and global journalism that inspires, engages, and supports diversity in the community.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browder. We're live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. In about 10 minutes, we'll be joined right here at the library by Doris Kearns Goodwin and her son, Joe Kearns Goodwin, talk about the possibility of public service as a way to try to heal this fractured nation. Before we get there, Marjorie's least favorite segment, Two More Things. Take it away,
That's
Marjorie.
right.
What's your one
well,
thing?
You knew it was only a matter of time, Jim, before AI Jesus would appear, and Alex Beam just wrote a whole column about
column.
Apparently, AI Jesus made his debut in Lucerne, Switzerland. Possibly as many as 1,000 confessions in this brief period were heard by AI Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Now, AI Jesus got mixed reviews. There he is right there, AI Jesus, a nice looking young man,
yes.
from Nazareth there. He got mixed reviews, but something must have clicked because now there's all these kind of copycats. There's a website, Jesus AI. There's text with Jesus. There's text from Jesus. Alex said that with text with Jesus, you can interact not just with Jesus for conversations, but with other big deals in the Bible. You got the 12 apostles, you got the Old Testament prophets, you got Noah, you got Adam, even John the Baptist. And apparently Alex boldly asked John the Baptist if it was true, as the Bible says, that John the Baptist dined on locusts. And apparently John the Baptist replied, said, locusts are crisp and nutty when roasted or fried, sometimes compared to the texture of roasted nuts or even a mild shellfish like shrimp. And Alex ends his column by saying the real question in everyone's mind is when the heck AI Jesus will be replaced by the real Jesus returning to earth to get us out of our unholy mess. He asked AI Jesus about that as well, and they told him that no one really knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. And AI Jesus quoted the New Testament, Matthew 24. So there you go.
There you go. That was excellent,
Thank
by the
you.
way. Now, Marjorie, you have been a witness to many occasionally contentious conversations I have had with our team here about the kind of clips we should be using to hold papers
That's
together.
right. You hoard them.
Now, sometimes I can hold up
return
one
them.
here. My own camera is sort of here. This is a medium-sized binder clip. We have debates about the small ones, the huge ones, so I can hold it up again. Stay the camera. This is a medium-sized
That's a medium.
one. Well, little did I know how dangerous they could be, but thankfully, a guy who held up a book yesterday, the title of which was 365 Wins in 365 Days, explained it. Here's Donald Trump marking his 1-year anniversary.
Accomplishments. And this is something, I'm glad my finger wasn't in that sucker. They could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. What, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was a nasty. I think somebody did that. I think it was him. It was my man. How are you?
Now, you might say, what's the big deal that he focused on this important issue but just one time? But the beauty of Donald Trump is when he gets focused on something, he stays there. Here he is 6 months ago, again, in a tangent about office supplies during a speech about auto manufacturing. Here's
It's
Trump.
a paperclip. Somebody came up with the idea of a paperclip many years ago, 1817, and he became a very rich person. And everybody looked at it and said, why the hell didn't I think of that?
Yeah, this guy here very upset about these clips. The point of this little commentary, Marjorie, it is further proof that while the President of the United States is a felonious, destructive, sex-abusing madman, no one can deny he knows fasteners. Would you not agree with that?
Absolutely. And
Paper clips,
I think it's
binder clips.
It's really impressive that he says he would just continue as if nothing happened, were his finger to fall off. Just keep right on going.
Even with bone spurs, he could deal with that. I mean, you got to give it to the guy.
Okay.
If you give it to him on nothing else.
Okay, enough of this. This is
Enough of
two
this.
more things. Two more things is not going to be here when we go from
Well, actually,
11 to 1.
unfortunately, it may be.
No, it's not, Jim.
It's a long
We
story.
decided that. It's gone. It's gone. A couple of days. Anyway, we're coming up, I can't wait for this. We have presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin is with us in the House with her son, Joe, and we're going to talk about mandatory service because Jim wants to keep everyone talking about his column in the Boston Globe.
That is not why.
Promoting mandatory service.
Thank
Wants to
you.
up the number of comments on the column. We'll tell you all about Jim's column. But most important, we're going to hear from Doris Kearns Goodwin and her veteran son what they think about mandatory service. You're listening to BPR at 89.7 GBH, live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
For that next birthday, holiday, or special occasion, you can give a standout gift. A GBH membership. Thousands of hours of your favorite PBS shows, event deals, and local business discounts. Learn more at gbh.org/gift membership.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And the Cambridge Homes, a nonprofit, independent, and assisted living community in Cambridge, offering residents supportive services as well as cultural, educational, and social programs. thecambridgehomes.org/tradition. And Explo, from culinary arts to veterinary science, Explo's summer program helps middle schoolers to find their spark. Day and overnight options at explo.org/summer. Priority deadline February 13th.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on Hour 3 of BPR, live from the Boston Public Library. Public service, mandatory public service, whether civilian or military, just might bridge our country's political divide. That's what presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin believes, and so do I. She joins us at the library with her son, Army veteran Joe Kearns Goodwin, to talk public service and take your calls.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then we'll continue with service in a more domestic sense. Chores. They're a rite of passage in childhood, from taking out the trash, walking the dog, the laundry. At least they used to be. How do you handle chores with your kids? And is there a changing expectation in 2026? Call or text next on the 1 o'clock hour at BPR 89.7 GBH, live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Rahm. President Trump spoke today to the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland. He renewed his demand that the U.S. acquire Greenland, but by negotiation, not force. NPR's Mara Liasson has more.
It was a super threatening speech with a little nugget embedded in it, which was the pullback, at least for now, of the threat of using force. And I think that he did that to calm the stock markets, who are very agitated about this. He did say, I am seeking negotiations to discuss the immediate acquiring of Greenland by the U.S. So does that mean he wants to negotiate something and he won't use force, or he's just backing off for now because it got such a bad reaction?
NPR's Mara Liasson. During the speech, President Trump also called on the U.S. Congress to ban large investors from buying single-family homes. NPR's Stephen Bisaha reports Trump signed a limited executive order on corporation home buying yesterday.
In Davos, Trump blamed rising home prices on corporations buying up houses and crowding new home buyers out of the market.
But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that.
Trump's executive order tells federal agencies that in 60 days, they must stop providing things like insurance and approvals that support corporations buying these homes. Trump wants Congress to pass a permanent ban on those sales. He also wants Congress to pass a one-year cap on credit card interest rates. The current average is around 22%. Trump wants it capped at 10%. Stephen Bisaha, NPR News.
The Supreme Court heard arguments this morning on whether President Trump has the authority to fire a member of the Federal Reserve Board, set up to be independent to protect it from political pressure. Trump wants to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. Palestinian health officials say 3 journalists were killed today in a targeted Israeli strike in the Gaza Strip. They're among at least 11 people killed today in various attacks. NPR's Anis Baba reports.
The 3 journalists were working with a drone camera, filming an Egyptian aid project when an Israeli military drone bombed their car. One of the journalists was a freelance photographer with the agency France Press, who had been married only last week. A video verified by NPR shows the shattered metal shell of their vehicle after the attack, which struck 3 miles away from where the Israeli troops are positioned inside Gaza. Israel's military said troops had identified suspect operating a, quote, drone affiliated with Hamas in a manner that posed a threat to their safety. The military's statement provided no evidence and no further detail. It said the strike was conducted with the required chain of command, but added the incident was under review. Anas Baba, NPR News, Gaza City.
This is NPR News in Washington.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. 1 year after President Trump's inauguration, Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Joy Campbell is highlighting the lawsuits that she's filed against his administration. Campbell marked the anniversary yesterday by sharing stories behind those legal actions. Katie Lannon has more.
Two of Campbell's 47 lawsuits against the Trump administration involve funding for the National Institutes of Health. At a discussion in Campbell's office, Beth McCormick with the UMass Chan Medical School said NIH grants are a major economic driver in Massachusetts. But McCormick says delays and uncertainty in research funding are creating a brain drain.
The broader consequences for Massachusetts are that these disruptions delay or eliminate discoveries that could lead to new therapies, clinical trials, and biotech startups. Entire areas of basic and translational research are at risk.
Campbell says disrupting public health research has a real impact on patients. Katie Lannon, GBH News.
U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren has joined fellow Democratic Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois in sending a letter to the Trump administration demanding records related to the Justice Department's probe of Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. Wall Street Journal reports the demand comes as President Trump is insisting on lower interest rates and wants to install his own Fed chair sooner rather than later. Increasing clouds, upper 20s today. We are at 23 degrees in Boston right now. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Capital One, offering their premium travel card, Venture X. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Details at CapitalOne.com. And listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
Welcome to hour number 3 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Brady and Marjorie Egan. We are live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Thank you very much. We have a good crowd here today, Jim. I wonder why that is.
Wonder why that is. I know. And by the way, we should mention the governor joins us for an hour of Ask the Governor on January 30th. Finally, today we're going to talk with you about public service. I've long been a believer that every American should go through some form of public service. Mandatory public service is my belief. Not everybody agrees with that. Not necessarily the military, but something could be like Teach for America, Project 351, Peace Corps, National Park Service, something out in the world, maybe when you're 18 to 22. As I argued in a piece in the op-ed recently, public service opens you up to different perspectives, working side by side with people you probably wouldn't have connection with otherwise. It's a collective pursuit of betterment, and I think it could just possibly help solve a lot of the division and isolation problems in this country. Much more importantly, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin agrees. Her son, Joe Kearns Goodwin, in a 2016 TED Talk, talked about his own decision to enlist in the military, in part inspired by his upbringing right here.
I grew up in an idyllic New England town with safe streets and safer career paths. Concord, Massachusetts is a storied place. Indeed, every April 19th, the famous Battle of the Old North Bridge is reenacted. I remember the thrill of seeing the Minutemen running down the field to meet the British soldiers. They were running to the enemy, and they did it every year of my childhood. Running to the enemy to confront injustice and wrongs was also a theme in my family life.
Joining us now at the library desk are two people who have thought a lot about public service and what it could mean for the well-being of our small d democracy. One is the voice you just heard, Army veteran Joe Kearns Goodwin. Joe, it's great to have you here. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And the person who was right just happens to be his mother, Pulitzer Prize-winning presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, the woman behind best-selling books like Team of Rivals, The Political Genius of Abraham Lincoln, and 2024's unbelievably wonderful and unfinished love story, personal history of the 60s. And she's now working, talking about relentless, on the possibility of a musical about Lincoln and Frederick Douglass making its way to Broadway. By the way, in this discussion, we're going to invite listeners to call in to talk about service, if they've done it, how they feel about mandatory service versus voluntary. And if you're at the library, and obviously that number is 877-301-8970. If you're at the library, our colleague Nicole is over there. And if you'd like to speak to the Kearns Goodwins about this issue, you can do it too. Doris, Joe, it's a thrill to have you both here. Thanks so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for coming in. So before we get to the, mandatory service or just service in general, you have a good sense from your historical work how divided we are in this time. You always talk about the Civil War, obviously, very divided, but we're pretty divided now, I think, too.
Yeah, I think really, and we've talked about this, the time that's most echoing ours is the turn of the 20th century. Because what happened is it was a time like ours when globalization today and tech revolution today has changed everything. Industrial revolution changed everything then. There was a big gap for the first time between the rich and the poor. People in the classes felt very separate from one another. Working class people side by side with huge millionaires living in their palaces. A lot of nativists had risen because there were immigrants coming in, new inventions, people were scared about them. And Teddy Roosevelt spoke about the fact that democracy was in peril in that situation because people in different religions, classes, and sections were seeing each other as the other, rather than as common American citizens. If you lose that fellow feeling of being part of something larger than yourself, a nation, then the democracy is in peril. And I think that's where we are right now.
So, Joe Kearns Goodwin, you were the only one of the four of us up here who has actually volunteered. Well, actually, people would say your mother has volunteered for national service her whole career, but not in the same way. Tell us why you did it and what that service did for you, how it changed.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I never sort of planned on joining the military. We don't have a long tradition of military service directly in the family. My dad was in the Army between Korea and Vietnam in the south of France, but his experience was kind of like the movie Stripes as opposed to Platoon. However, as it said earlier, growing up in Concord, surrounded by that history, growing up with my family and my dad talking about, the Great Society, the New Frontier, my mom bringing home these incredible people in American history, it's hard not to be surrounded with a sense that service to the nation is a worthy use of your energies and your effort. But like I said, I never planned on joining the military. I graduated college in 2001, and the plan was probably to go to law school, go to work for a few years, and then go to law school. But September 11th happened, and my life, like so many others, was changed on that day. I went on September 12th to the Army recruiting station in Billerica, Mass, right down the street in Concord, and signed up to serve in the Army. And it wasn't like a sense of retaliation or anger. I wanted some sort of vengeance, but it was a clear sense that this is our way of life was under assault, and young people were going to be needed to do something somewhere. And so, like I said, growing up in Concord, surrounded by this incredible exposure to the history and glory of America, I had been given so much by the country, so it just felt fair, right, and just spend a few time giving something back.
So how were you different from the day you signed up on September 12th and the day you completed your service? How changed were you?
Fundamentally changed. I think that there were so many things that I got out of my time in the service. What sort of sounds almost like it had been a selfless pursuit became a selfish one, because I served with a group of men and women whose dedication to duty, honor, and country is beyond reproach. Friendships that are forged sort of in the hardships of fire and trial, relationships that we were just talking about that last this day. But I think the coolest thing, and I think what sort of gets to your thesis about service, is that of the 30 guys in my platoon in Iraq, when I was in Iraq, I was a platoon leader. I had 30. It was all guys at the time. Now women are allowed in combat roles. But, every race, every socioeconomic background, every geographic background, truly it was a panoply of America writ large. And there's no doubt that, the kid from a cul-de-sac in Concord, Mass. is probably not hanging out with the moon-eyed private in Kansas or the, gruff sergeant from Quincy or the inner-city kid from Chicago. But there, we all were working together. We worked as one. And the boundaries that divided us are really broken down. We're reforged in a common mission. And one of my best soldiers is now a police officer in Dallas, Texas. And to say that we disagree in our politics is to say nothing. The conversations we have, if they ever do turn to politics, I think in any other context with any other people, would quickly deteriorate into sort of the name calling and the otherness that pervades so much of our discussion today. And yet we are able to disagree without being disagreeable. And that's because we both understand that even though we don't necessarily agree on the way in which the country should proceed, we both want the country to succeed. And we understand that we're people that we have the best interest of the country at heart, just have very different views on how to get there.
Can we stay in the past for one more minute, and then we're going to talk about the whole concept of service, whether it's mandatory or otherwise, and what its potential is. When I was writing my piece, you talked to me about a time when a significant percentage of Congress were military veterans. And by the way, we have a veteran congressperson on the show now. The way they talk about their fellow Republicans is, they may disagree on the issues, dramatically different, and their relationships different. Tell the audience what you told me about that history.
Yeah, it's some huge percentage. In the 1950s, 60s, 70s, people who'd been in either World War II or Korean War made up 70% of the congressmen and senators that were in Washington. And that means that they know what it's like to go across those party lines. And that was a time of bipartisanship. The 50s, when Eisenhower was in, was that politics stopped at the waterline when it was foreign policy. And obviously in the 60s, those big programs that Lyndon Johnson got passed on civil rights and voting rights and Medicare, they were bipartisan programs. They couldn't have been done without the Republicans. And I think just having had that experience of working together, as Joe described, in the military, which so many of them did, and it's many fewer today than it was then, obviously.
If you want to participate in this conversation, as some of you already done, call 877-301-8970.
So, Joe, do you think we should have mandatory service?
So I am not fully on board with the mandatory aspect.
You haven't talked to your mother yet? Or
No,
what?
listen, I didn't say I couldn't get on board. I said I'm not there now. I think that, first of all, there are arguments to be made about the constitutionality, whether it would actually, whether it could find the strict scrutiny that, the 13th Amendment. I think there's obviously huge discussions about the infrastructure that it would take to put into place. With the United States military, you're talking about maybe 2.5, 3 million people that are serving right now. You're talking about 10 to 40 that would have to be supported if you had mandatory service for 18 to 26-year-olds. But I think more anecdotally for me, I'll say two things that I think why I'm a little hesitant now. First of all, whenever you ask people across the spectrum the value of national service, the percentage of people that come back in polls saying they think it's a good idea and they support expansion is huge. 60 to 7% across party lines, Democrat, Independent, Republicans. The quickest way to turn that upside down is to tell them they have to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think that bipartisan support that exists right now would, like you said, we've had this conversation. Jim, I think you mentioned your piece. We can't get people to agree that putting on masks is a good idea. Philosophically, the United States is just not set up for that kind of social engineering. I think if the state starts telling people what they have to do, the support wanes. And then anecdotally for me, I know when I was serving in Iraq and later Afghanistan, I had these group of people working for me. It was difficult under the best of circumstances. If you then had said, 60% of those people had no desire to be there or being forced to do it against their will, and my job as their leader becomes infinitely harder, which is why I think most military leaders you talk to, most military personnel, would very much advocate against mandatory military service. Now, getting the civilian aspect is different.
There's this historian, though, that we both respect a lot, who feels... that's right.
Yeah.
Here she is. Why do you feel differently, Doris Kearns Goodwin?
I guess I think that sometimes you need something really big in order to change our situation where we are today. I think back to Franklin Roosevelt. In March of 1933, he decided that he was going to take all these kids off the streets, young men in New York City, all sorts of cities, and send them into the forests for the Civilian Conservation Corps. And he said he knew that it was a huge enterprise, but in March he made this announcement, and by July he wanted 250,000 kids to be young men, to be in the forest and healing themselves. And everybody said, it's impossible, you can't do it in that time. He said, Americans like big things. And similarly, in 1940, when we had only 500 fighter planes, we were so far behind Europe and so far behind Germany. He said, this year we're going to build 50,000 planes. People said, you can't do it. He said, we have to have a big target. So what I think is if you talk about commissioning the idea of a mandatory service and you figure out what would it take, then maybe the expectation of it, if you don't get to the mandatory, you get to a universal service and you get the expectation that a lot of people are going to join. We have a lot of people in all the programs we have now, but it still hasn't made the impact it could to bring people all together. We need millions more to go do it. And maybe just the commissioning of the thought of how to do it, what would it take to set it up, would allow us to have the infrastructure that universal.
One of the things that leads me toward mandatory service is because, you talked
You're
about...
a convert, I should say, by the way. We've discussed this for 25 years.
Has she finally come around?
She is a convert.
It was your op-ed piece.
It was. Everybody's talking about it, Doris.
Okay, let's keep going. Okay.
But because we're so segregated now, not just by race, but a lot by money. And I think you mentioned in the service, you have all these people that come from all over the place. And, your kid did City Year, but I think a lot of the kids in City Year come from sort of the same place in a way.
Yeah.
My daughter did AmeriCorps. I think it was great, but I think they all kind of their politics are more or less alike, whereas if everybody had to do it, then it would be poor kids, rich kids, and rich kids would be a real eye-opener for them, I think. It would force people to be together in a way that I don't think they'll do it if it's a volunteer. I just don't.
Can I broach a middle ground with you? You mentioned the infrastructure. I mentioned the piece. My younger daughter served in City Year for a year at a school in Dorchester, and that led me to call Alan Casey, who everybody knows, is the co-founder of City Year, obviously. He's not ready for mandatory service as I described it, and as your mother seemed to think was a good idea. And by the way, not my idea, but the idea of many very thoughtful people. His concern was, I think what you said, building the infrastructure where there are 4 million kids that graduate from high school every year, maybe too much. What he has proposed as part of this big citizenship model that he has written about and talked about is a mandatory service in the second semester of the senior year of high school kids. I don't want to speak for him, but I'm going to try. And Alan, if you're listening, we invited him. He was in a meeting. My apologies. The infrastructure's there because they're there. As he said, nobody does anything the second semester of their senior year anyway.
Why it should be first semester of senior year because you want to just party for the last part of
What do you think about that as a middle ground kind of mandatory, by the way, but for high school
as part of sort of the education process.
Yeah.
And first of all, I mean, Alan Case is the one to talk to. He's forgotten more about service, mandatory or otherwise,
Yes,
than collectively we will ever know. And I think it's a really good idea. I mean, I read about it in your piece, and I've talked with him about it before, because you've got that audience. You're right. Their energies are going to be used in some way, and why not point them in that direction? My only worry about that, because so much of what we posit the benefit of this service to be is the broaching of those divides. It's hanging out with the other. It's like being with someone that's not like. Now, if you're just having your high school class and going to volunteer at a local organization, maybe you're not accruing that level of benefit. But I do think it would be super helpful as well. But Alan's also does a number of work, I think, with Carnegie right now, looking at other ways where, as my mom was saying, the expectation of service can be inculcated without it being mandatory. And you can take steps along the infrastructure to set it up. So if you ever do make that leap, it's not starting from scratch where we are right now. And I think that, we talk about AmeriCorps, you talk about City Year. The Serve America Act has been on the books since 2009, and it authorizes a tremendous amount of national service. There are people applying for positions and all these things right now that can't get them because the funding's not there.
I know. The Trump administration has crushed AmeriCorps.
I mean, it's not even just the Trump administration.
Even pre-Trump, right?
Yeah.
And it's cheap labor, too.
Yeah, totally. And we just were to authorize we were just to fund the authorization that exists right now, you'd be well on your way to having a million people a year that you're looking at.
Can I read one text and then let's take some calls for the Kearns Goodwins here about this issue? Anonymous texter, for 10 months after undergrad, I served with AmeriCorps National Civilian Community Corps, based out of Charleston, South Carolina. We traveled in a team of 10 people throughout the Southeast, tutoring in Charleston, building houses in Birmingham, Fort Myers, maintaining trails in Tennessee. The greatest adventure, my team of 10 is still family more than 20 years later, just like you described. There is no comparable experience for building empathy and experiencing communities and people unlike yourself. It's life-changing.
Well, my daughter's been 20 years out, and she's still in touch with the people she was with, because you live with them for a year. I mean, you get to know them, obviously.
Should we take some calls?
Let's go to Jenna in Providence.
Hi, Jenna.
Hi, guys. How you doing? Long-time listener. I love your show. Anyways.
Thanks.
I completely, is there a...
There's an echo.
We're
It's
sorry.
our fault, but we hear you fine, Jenna. Go ahead.
Great. So I completely agree with the concept of mandatory service. I agree with the previous text that you just read, though, or I think it was the text that you just read about when we're doing mandatory service. I think it should start with the humanities first, because I worked in mental health for a long time, and I think it's extremely important for people to learn about each other and build empathy and compassion for situations that are not their own. But I'm hesitant about putting military service into that, because I worry that doesn't exactly encourage the same thing. So I think the humanities should be first, and then after they've done that for a couple of years, then it opens up to military service.
Jenna, thanks for your call. What do you say about...
I don't think we're talking about mandatory military service.
Well, no, it could be mandatory service, but you could choose military or civilian.
Yeah.
What's your response to Jenna's concern about the military end of this?
I mean, I think that, I can sort of understand where she might be coming from, but I think that the level of empathy that you gain for your fellow Americans is you realize that in the military as you would anywhere else. Because you are with people, as they are going through these intense trials. You're with people as they've sort of been taking out of the comfort zone of their life and put into something new there. And you're forming these bonds that you need to support each other to get through in a real, tangible way that's right there. Now, I absolutely understand, if you're going around the nation and you're helping to, build schools and you revitalize communities, you're gaining empathy for the other people of America besides the ones that you're serving with. But I think it's somewhat probably a misconception that people in the military are not actually driven by empathy, because so many of the missions that we overtake overseas, there's a level of sort of, there's a level of things that are maybe considered not empathetic, but you're out there and you're trying to help rebuild this country. I think that you can find it there well.
You didn't sign up to go into Minneapolis, so
no, I didn't. Truly.
We should just be clear about it. Here's one that I'd like you, Doris, if you don't mind, to respond to. Steve from Wakefield. Public service could bring with it loan forgiveness, health insurance, lifetime benefits similar to those available to veterans. This would fill the ranks of people doing it and also move us toward the universal availability of those basic services. You buy that?
I think that's a very good point. I think that what you could imagine is if you make it a bigger thing, if you have more funding so more people can do it, that it has a critical mass in the country, and if businesses give a certain kind of benefit for having had that service, that when they're going to hire people, that becomes a really positive thing. Maybe some sort of relief for if you go to college or vocational school afterward. If we really make it a goal that this is an important part for a young person to do and that the country's going to reward you at the other end of it, maybe that's a way of dealing with it. The ideal thing is to have universal service. If mandatory is a problem getting it there, if mandatory is the only way to get it there, then we have to figure it out. But I think that the desire is that you want people to really do this. And it doesn't have that critical mass yet, so that the same kind of people may be doing some, like as you're saying, doing some of these programs that we already have. Right now, Governor Cox in Utah is having a state program. There's something in Maryland, I think, with Wesley Moore. The more we do it, the more people are going to want to do it. The more parents are going to want their kids to do it. And that's the critical mass we have to reach. So there's an expectation that everybody's going to do this.
I think, can I just add, I think that's right. How do you reach that tipping point? Because right now, if you go and you're getting a job, you look at your resume, you're like, okay, where'd you go to school? What was your GPA? Where were your internships? What if they also said, okay, and where did you do your service year? What was the question then? It becomes just part of the conversation, the expectation that every young person goes through this. So what do you need to do? Is there more funding now to reach that tipping point where it becomes sort of just a societal expectation that it's something that we do?
Here's an anonymous texter. I like the idea of mandatory service for high school, but I'm extremely skeptical the wealthy will participate. I think there will be an explosion, an epidemic of bone spurs.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much.
Talking about, of course, President Trump.
Strump?
Trump.
Oh, Doris Kearns Goodwin. Everybody in this room and everybody listening to the radio show could recite at least portions of Kennedy's speech about what you can do for your country. When did that dissipate? I was a little boy, and I remember young, old, whatever, everybody feeling incredible pride. And when did that disappear?
I just think about the Peace Corps. In fact, one of the encouraging signs is that there was a push on the administration part to defund part of the police or reduce the of the Peace Corps, to defund, not even defund it, but just reduce the expenditures for it. And Congress let it go, level spending. So there's still that desire on both parts to keep one of those big signature programs going. It was a time in the 1960s which was larger than the Peace Corps. There was a sense that people were driven by the idea that they wanted to be part of something larger than themselves. For me, it started with the March on Washington. Just to be able to be holding a sign saying, Catholics, Jews, and Protestants unite for civil rights, I felt for the first time I was part of something bigger. And the civil rights movement had a lot to do with that. The women's movement came along, the gay rights movement. There was a feeling. So the war in Vietnam, it even had that feeling to it. The anti-war activists were part of something larger than themselves. They believed that it was important for that war to stop. And in the end, Lyndon Johnson resigned and didn't go forward in that race in 1968. Not resigned, but decided not to run again. So I think something happens over a period of time. There's a contagion. There was a decade, there was a feeling, and then the war came, and then we moved away from that. And that's what I'm trying to instill again today. I'd like young people to feel what we were able to feel. It was great growing up in the 60s. And as hard as it was with the assassinations, the riots in the streets, there was something larger than that. There was a kindled spirit that we can change this country and make it better. And it wasn't just from Kennedy. It was the civil rights movement as well as Kennedy, I think.
So I think you're right, but one of the things you talk about those movements, and they sort of came from the bottom up.
Correct.
I think one of the problems with mandatory national service is it's not coming from the bottom up. You're imposing it from the top down. So how can you create that movement, create that energy so that it does come from the bottom up as opposed to it being sort of mandated? But, I've been a little hesitant in mandatory service because I think it's hard. But the other Kennedy quote from that decade is, "We go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard."
Correct.
So
Yeah.
maybe there's something there too.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not on the boat now, but I'm ready to come on if you can convince me.
A lot of our texters would prefer that we wait for any mandatory service until the present occupant of the White House is no longer in the White House.
Well, but that gets back to, first of all, even if there was an embrace of this idea by a lot of important opinion leaders like you, Doris Kearns Goodwin, it's not going to happen tomorrow. I mean, it's got to percolate through the years. And that's where it seems to me is unreal. Everybody for example, I spoke to Robert Putnam from Bowling Alone, and while he loves the idea, and I'll read a quote that we had him on the radio, and he gave a thumbs up when we talked about mandatory service. He says, the research is quite astonishing. If you give kids a chance to walk in the shoes of people like them, but in a very different part of the country with different political, social, and economic backgrounds, that transforms them more or less permanently. But he went on to say he fears that in this era, youthful alienation, which he said is one of the biggest problems we confront, makes the timing not right. And then, of course, since I couldn't answer that, I put you right in there and let you answer. What is the answer to what Bob Putnam said?
Well, the opposite answer is that in this era, it's more needed than ever before. Yes, of course, there's alienation. Yes, of course, people feel that other people in silos are different from them. But that's the very important reason why you want to bring them together. One of the things that Abraham Lincoln said when he came to the Emancipation Proclamation was, "We've reached the end of our rope. We have to try something new." I think that's where we may be right now in terms of that distinctions between classes and religions and races and sections. It's as bad as it's been in a long period of time, and we have to think big. So that's why the expectation. I'd love the idea if we could be universal service, but we get it ramped up so that people really feel, like you said, that this is what they should be doing, that people reward them for doing it. And then it doesn't have to be mandatory, but we have to get it way, way up. Maybe talking about mandatory allows us to say, okay, we can deal with it this way.
You know what else I think, too? If you don't have a way to network, I mean, if you're from a wealthy town or your parents are, able to get you all these special extra things, but if you're not, and you are from the inner city somewhere, or your parents aren't wealthy, it is a networking opportunity, too, for kids that may not have a chance to get out of there.
You want to hear the other side of that?
Yep.
Here's Liz from Cambridge, a text. How do you account for the classed and racialized power dynamics in service models like Teach for America, especially when service is framed as moral formation for the volunteer rather than accountable, collaborative work with the communities being served? Most often, the communities served by these programs are systematically under-resourced. This model risks reproducing saviorism and deficit narratives of communities these programs claim they're helping. Doris?
I don't know that is statistically right. I mean, I hope not. I mean, those programs seem to be working well. They seem to have,
I have the opposite
evaluations
impression.
that say that they have really, they've used their talents to help people who are living there. I mean, you can look at it that way, but I don't know that that's reality. I hope not.
Can I ask, before we take a break, can you guys stay for a little while? Is that okay? Because a lot of interest in this conversation. The lines are beyond full.
Beyond.
Well, before we take that break, though, obviously you've written about leadership your whole career. There was a poll out of a lawyer in New York City. I didn't use it in the piece because it was an outlier where he said the significant majority of young people actually supported this. But let's assume that poll is wrong. A leader who embraced this notion, who had the charisma of a Ronald Reagan or a Barack Obama, could change the public perception on something like this. Could they not, or am I being unduly optimistic?
No, I do think that we have to believe in leadership. Look, you just mentioned John Kennedy. I mean, I think he set a tone for the decade, not just in that inaugural address, but just in the activism and the way he talked to people, that he wanted them to be part of making the country better. I definitely think if a series of leaders, and there are leaders now, there's General McChrystal, there's a bunch of leaders out there that really want this to happen. It's a matter of persuasion. It's a matter of being able to get people excited about it. And that's why this critical mass thing matters to me. I mean, I think these things are all happening, but we have to just ramp it up to make it part of the everyday thoughts of people.
We're talking about mandatory service with Iraq and Afghanistan combat veteran Joe Kearns Goodwin and his mother, Pulitzer Prize-winning presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, the woman behind the best-selling books Team of Rivals, The Political Genius of Abraham Lincoln, and 2024 as an unfinished love story, a personal history of the 60s, not to mention the books about the Roosevelts and Teddy Kennedy and all these great books. We're going to be right back after this quick break. 877-301-8970 is the number if you want to call or text. You're listening to Boston Public Radio 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, Tracy Chang, the chef behind Cambridge's Pagu, now a Michelin-recognized restaurant for its bold Japanese-Spanish cooking and meticulous technique. Now that the Michelin Guide has put Greater Boston on the map, we'll talk with her about the work behind the honor, the city's evolving restaurant scene, and how she navigates ambition, creativity, and commitment to her community. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And McLean Middleton. For over 100 years, McLean Middleton has been dedicated to serving its clients and its community, offering guidance through the complexities of today's legal system. With locations in Woburn and Boston, McLean.com.
And Riverstone International US LLC, located in Beverly, Massachusetts. A Riverstone International company acquiring legacy insurance globally since 2010. Learn more at rsml.co.uk.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy at the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're talking about the importance of service and whether it could help heal an incredibly fractured nation. There are three of us here that believe pretty strongly in mandatory service. One of us will soon believe in mandatory service. We just don't know if it'll be by the... I was reading, and obviously we're talking to Joe Kearns Goodwin and his mother, Doris Kearns Goodwin. Yeah, I read NBC News published a bunch of years ago some of the emails you sent to your mother. And this one line, when you lay out and balance the value of my service to the country against the value of that same service to me, it quickly becomes clear that it is I who have been granted the greater gift. That's so, I assume you're not aberrational in that feeling. Is that fair?
I think that's definitely fair. I mean, I mean that with utter sincerity. I think because of all the things we're talking about sort of how the country writ large can be healed by people learning to work together, by sort of breaking down the bonds and forming these relationships with the other. I mean, think about how good that is as a country, but that is equally can say that's good for the individual, for me. I mean, the experiences that I had here, the friendships that I formed, the relationships that I've taken forward in my life, the perspective that it's given me on life, on others, has tremendously made me sort of a more complete and full person in a way that I'm not sure any other experience could have. Now, it didn't have to be military service. I think so much of what we're talking about, the benefit that accrues, happens in other types of service as well, that we're discussing. So go ahead.
By the way, we're going to get the phones. How did you feel? How did you and your husband feel when on September 12th, your son went to sign up for the military?
I felt proud, I must say. I mean, both of us felt that we love history so much. We love this country. My husband had had a long experience of working for the government. And the idea that Joe felt he wanted to be part of something that was important. Actually, when you signed up, there was no yet war, right? So the war came. I mean, what was harder for us, I think, than it might have been had we lived in a place where a lot of people lived in Fort Bragg or things like that, we felt like there weren't a lot of people we could talk to. So we were waiting and waiting. In the beginning, when he was in Iraq, there were no cell phones. You'd have a satellite phone every now and then. We'd have to be there. And letters. But the great thing is he wrote letters home back in the 19th century, and I loved the letters. They were terrific.
So, Joe, did you tell your parents before you signed up, or did you present it as a fait accompli?
No, I told them after I had gotten back from the initial meeting. I would say it was not the path that they would have chosen for me, but they were very supportive once they realized that I was sort of committed.
Let's go to Tim in Worcester. You're on with the Kearns Goodwins. We're talking about service, mandatory or otherwise. Hi, Tim.
Thank you for having me, and I really want to. It's fantastic to hear these two great Americans speak. I just want to say that it's great to volunteer. It's an honor to volunteer, but to make it mandatory, that steps over the line for me.
Why?
I think that it's why? Because it's un-American.
What's
You don't
un-American
have a
about it?
choice. Well, because you're made to do it. It's demanded of you. That's what you're talking about. You have no choice. In America, we do have a choice to volunteer, which is fantastic, but to do it voluntarily, to not be forced to do it like in Israel.
We got it. Tim, thank you.
One
for
of
your
the
call.
things you pointed out in your piece, though, which I thought was a great point, we ask almost nothing of Americans, right? We have to pay taxes. We have to do jury duty.
And if you're a man, you have to sign up for the selective service.
That's it. I mean, that's not very much, especially since so many of us don't do something that's not mandatory, but so many of us don't even bother to vote. We're sort of a couch potato country.
But we want plenty from our government.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind mandatory voting. Now that we're talking about mandatory, I think
What's
that's
next?
a really important. What's next?
By the way, a lot of countries have, as you know, Doris, but listeners may not, a lot of countries have mandatory voting.
Right. I mean, it's such an important part of a democracy to express your opinion and vote. And the numbers percentages that don't go to the polls are really troubling in a democracy.
Remember, I don't know if you were in Iraq at this particular time, but I remember seeing pictures of people that went to vote in Iraq, and they had the ink mark on their thumbs, and they were so proud. And then I thought, look at us, we're back here, and people are whining about having to go or forgetting about having to go vote, which I am embarrassed to say in my town election I have done a few times. I've forgotten about it. But, we don't participate that much. I mean, that's Robert Putnam's point, that we're not in these community groups like we were.
Let's go to Lynn in Chelmsford. You're on with Joe and Doris Kearns Goodwin. Hi. Welcome, Lynn. Lynn?
Hi, good afternoon.
You too.
Yes, hi. It's something that is kind of a mission-oriented means that our Methodist Church does, but we collect cloths and blankets to give to the SPCA, toothbrushes, toiletries that can be sent to places in need. It's a way to start with younger kids to look at the reward of it really is a wonderful thing, and it feels good when you know that you are giving. And even if it's a school system that is lower income, there is some way that everybody can participate. We're talking more right now on this program about high school and college and on. And in Chelmsford, I mean, it was part of both of my sons' applications. They were both involved in like Habitat for Humanity. It was something it's called Army, in assisting local people that needed renovations or their yards cleaned or whatever. So there is a method out there. It's just, instead of having these fights about putting the 10 Commandments in schools, let's find ways that kids can have some sort of empathy and human compassion.
That
I
was
think there's
fabulous.
ways out there already.
That was great. Bad habits, when you form them as a kid, stay with you. Good habits
Without
stay
a question.
with you.
I think that's a terrific thought to have it go even further down. I mean, like during the war, when kids would be collecting aluminum or rubber bands during World War II, they felt a part of something that was in their community large. And I think there is a spirit in America that we see whenever there's a disaster or something that needs people's help. People come out, they feel good about doing that. So you have to just give them a place to do that when it's not the disaster that's right in front of them. And I think this is a great idea, what she has. And every school could do something like that.
And
this is the spirit we want to engender.
And sometimes I wonder if we would be as pessimistic about sort of the gross divisions if we were actually privy to conversations that Americans are having with each other, not being filtered through television and radio and sound bites.
Yeah.
Sometimes you wonder, it's like my son, he's in second grade. And sometimes I wish I could just have a camera in the classroom just to watch him all day to figure out what the heck is he actually doing. Is he getting along with people? I wonder if we just had cameras for average Americans interacting with each other without the noise, would we be a little less disheartened that people are as divided as we think they are?
By the way, your kid just texted he is for mandatory service. This whole second grade class just voted. It was unanimous. It's incredible.
Karen
Very
and Newton,
persuasive
thank you
young
for calling.
man. Hey, Karen, how are you?
Hi. I just wanted to say that my husband and I were Vista volunteers.
Great.
I'm 71 years old.
Yay.
And 50 years ago, we met in Joplin, Missouri, where we worked for a community action agency. And it was the transforming piece of my life. We were two kids from the East Coast, and we met totally different people. We worked with the most incredible people that we would have never met before. And, you know, our director of our agency was a Republican. Everybody else was a Democrat. It didn't matter. We worked together and did amazing work. It was a life-changing event.
Karen, that was great. What do you have, a reaction to that?
No, absolutely. I think the people who went into the Peace Corps or to Vista, I think that she's exactly describing what a lot of people would have feeling. The amazing thing about the Peace Corps is that it wasn't John Kennedy announcing it. He went to the University of Michigan to give a speech the next day, and he was going to just sleep there that night, and 10,000 kids were waiting for him. And it was 2 in the morning. He said, oh, my God, I've got to give him a speech, and he hadn't prepared one. So he just gave a 3-minute. He said it was the longest short speech he ever gave. Where all he did was to say, would you be willing to go to Ghana and help there? Would you be willing to bring your medical skills, your technical skills, your educational skills? The kids were so amazed by what he had. They formed a petition themselves, and 1,000 kids signed a petition saying they'd be willing to give 2 years of their life to this non-existent thing.
Wow.
The Peace Corps wasn't even mentioned.
Wow.
And then because of that, my husband and Ted Sorensen were working on another speech for John Kennedy about 2 weeks later. They brought that petition to him, and that's when he proposed the Peace Corps. So it came from the kids themselves, which is amazing.
That's great.
Yeah.
We have somebody who wants to comment. Is Margaret here at the library, Mike, or is that, yeah, run, Margaret. Margaret is at the library right over there. She's moving very quickly. She's seconds away. Margaret, welcome to the show. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm struck by voter engagement, and I'm thinking about in 2024 how 90 million people in this country did not vote. I worked for the Boston Public Schools as a guidance counselor for many, many years, and there really are many schools that have mandatory capstone projects or internship projects, and I just think in our school, some of the very best capstone projects were the ones that were sort of social service oriented, and it got our students really engaged in our community, the community beyond, and made them a lot less cynical about voting. And I think that's probably an extraordinary part of what this kind of mandatory service could be. And it could be done, I think, in high schools as a requirement for high school graduation.
Hey, instead of the MCAS, Jim, you can have the capstone program for the end. Yeah.
That was great, Margaret.
Thank you. Thank
Any
you.
reaction?
That's a great
that's
idea.
a variation on the Casey notion, yeah?
Yeah. That 351 one. Yeah, in fact, my granddaughter Lena was in that program.
Oh, she was?
In Concord, yeah.
Oh, that's fabulous.
It's a wonderful
Project
program.
351 is this fabulous thing that Carolyn Casey and Deval Patrick, who also supports mandatory service, by the way, formed a bunch of years ago, where 8th grade ambassadors, as they're called, voted by their communities, participate in a year of service from 351 cities and towns, and it's just spectacular.
877-301-8970 is the number. Colin from Brockton, thank you for calling.
Hey, Colin.
Hey, first time caller, long time listener.
Really appreciate it. Thanks, Colin.
So, what are we giving these people for mandatory service? As a veteran, I was given a home loan, I was given school, and I was given, with my disability, health care. I think that there needs to be a voluntary option that maybe falls short of these military benefits, but gives kids a chance at home ownership, a look at education, and a look at some kind of thing that's going to help them take care of themselves.
How does that sound to you, Doris Kearns
Sounds
Goodwin?
very good. I mean, I think that's better articulated than what I said earlier, that I think if they do this program, if it's not mandatory, if it is voluntary, but you're hoping to get it to be big voluntary, that there has to be something at the other end that is the return for having they given to their country, and whether that's help with this next schooling they want to do or help with getting them settled in the community. I think that's a terrific idea. It may not be as big as the military thing was.
Yeah.
But I think, listen, if
Colin, thank you, by the way.
If we are making the argument that this type of service, whether military or civilian, is value then the benefits, I think, should be the same. I do think, and this is one of the big barriers to the infrastructure argument that Alan Kay was saying, but I do think you want to give them the same benefits as far as education. I think you do need to look at, what happens if someone is injured on the job while they're doing this voluntary service. You want to be able to support them because their lives might be impacted because of the thing they've done. So I think that if you increase the voluntary, if we do value it, then we should make those benefits sort of run across the gamut as well.
Yeah, right. As it is now, I think something like AmeriCorps, you get a place to live, and then you get a small stipend, but it's pretty small.
Yeah.
But I think that's it.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think that's it.
But you make a wonderful point that if it existed, that obviously it's got to be equal. People are giving of themselves. They're doing it in different forms. Colin, thank you for the call. 877-301-8970 is the number. Todd in Attleboro. Hi, Todd. You're on with the Kearns Goodwins. Hello.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've had multiple calls in with you guys. Love your show.
Thank you.
I'm a former Peace Corps volunteer, 3 years, Mali, West Africa.
Wow.
Following that, I worked out of the Boston recruitment office for 5 years, recruiting people in the early 90s. Those are two of the best jobs I ever had. Peace Corps took good care of me. And as far as, let's say, mandatory, we've got a lot of need in the U.S., too. I think if we had an array of programs where we could, recruit and slot in the right people, it would do a lot of good because it launched me into an international development career, which I still do, and I still travel the world. Still doing what I did in Peace Corps a bit.
Todd, that's great. And thanks for doing what you did, and thanks for your call today. We much appreciate it. 877-301-8970. Anonymous texter says, please ask Doris Kearns Goodwin what chances are just a few U.S. House members might uphold their current oath of national service to a variation on the theme. Do you have any comment on that, Doris?
What chance? Good chance. I still have optimism that things are going to work out somehow. That history tells us that we've been through these terrible times before and that the strength of the country has come through. And it gets harder and harder, but I think there's a feeling that's arising right now.
But can we we only have a couple minutes left. Can we, I think we have done a pretty decent job, and I hope you'll come back and continue this conversation.
It was
both
fun.
Of you.
It was really fun.
Well, thank you, and thanks for doing it, and thanks for your thoughts, both of you. But you said we've been through this before, but at least the two of us believe we have someone unlike what we've ever had before. A madman, the cruelest of sadistic madmen. That's different, isn't it? Or no?
No, I think the example of the person is different, but we've been through, just think about what it was like for the Civil War. People in families split apart with people killing each other and feeling that the country had fractured and would never come together again. Or think of what it was like during the Great Depression. 1 out of 4 people are out of work and people are wandering the streets and they're hungry. Everybody is affected by it every single minute of every day. So, and think about what it was like in those early days of World War II when it looked like Hitler might conquer all of Europe and Western civilization would have been destroyed. So we have to remember that it's a different problem we're living through right now. And it's really unprecedented what's happening in Washington, I think. But if we got through those other ones before, we have to have hope that we'll get through this one.
Are you as optimistic as your mother?
I think so. Yeah, I think she's right. I think when you look at sort of the history that she has sort of raised me on, that there have been amazing, troubling things in the past. We've been through troubling time. We went through McCarthyism, when the Red Scare, all these things when sort of society seemed to be eating itself, and we have come out the other side. We look at sort of the violence going on there, and my mom, was back to the Vietnam Wars, the protests, Kent State. There have been these kinds of things before. I think you're right in that, Trump is sort of a singularly figure that is sort of so deleterious seemingly to the nation, but I think I do, and it's kind of when we back to earlier today, I think that as you have conversations, as you have exposure to people across the country in ways that are not not filtered through the media or filtered through sort of these larger national conversations, people have more in common than they don't. And I think the more you get around, the more you spend time with soldiers or in different service organizations, you see that people are closer to each other than we might assume.
So before you go, I want to ask you, Joe, your mother wrote a book talking about the love story between your mother and your father. What did you think of it? And did you find out any good tidbits you didn't know about?
Gross. I don't know what they were talking about. No, I mean, of course, it was amazing. I think I mentioned you. My mom actually lives in the same building we do, right downtown in Boston. She moved in right after COVID, right before COVID. And so I got to be with her while she was writing that book. And it was just an extraordinary to sort of not only watch her creative process, but every day, I was used to, as I was growing up and she was writing about Teddy Roosevelt or Franklin Roosevelt, she'd come in with new stories about their life. But this time, she'd be coming in every day telling new stories about my father and her and things I didn't know about him, never would have known. So it was a magical thing to watch her go through that creative process. It brought my dad back to life in a way that was incredibly meaningful and continues to be every time we get to peruse that volume. Which
seeing your father naked in the pool with Lyndon Johnson has got to be. Can you join us in thanking Joe Kearns Goodwin and Doris Kearns Goodwin, please?
Yeah.
Really was a thrill to have you
Joe
both.
Kearns
Thanks
and
so
his
much.
mom, Pulitzer Prize-winning presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, and Joe Goodwin, who, as I said, was a Iraq and Afghanistan vet. Thank you very much for what you did.
Thank you.
So I assume, Doris, you'd love to find out what Jared Bowen is doing on his show,
Yes,
would you not? Okay.
Jared's coming over.
Don't go yet. We'll get you. Do you have a headset or something?
He's going to steal. He's going to steal Joe's headset.
Hey, Jared, do you support national mandatory national civilian or military service?
I think it's a very inspiring idea. I read your piece in the Globe this weekend.
You.
I listened to this conversation. It's very inspiring, and I think it
Support
would pull us all together. Yes.
Good. Thank you.
There you go.
That's 4 out of 5, Joe. Okay. What are you doing on the show there?
So Joyce Cole-Haywick is here to talk about movies and theater. There's, of course, the Matt Damon, Ben Affleck film that's out, plus a really fascinating new documentary about Jane Mansfield by her daughter, Mariska Hargitay.
Oh, yes.
So we will talk about that and some major family secrets that were revealed in that. Tracy Chang is here.
Love Tracy.
From the restaurant Pagu. Of course, she's just been honored by the Michelin Guide. So we're continuing our series of talking with these very newly celebrated restaurateurs. And then the 100-year book debate for 3 novels in 1926. Do they hold up in 2026? We'll talk about that for a debate that's going to happen here at the library.
That's wonderful.
We'll be listening. That's live in 3 minutes and 13 seconds here at the Boston Public Library.
Thank you again to Joe Kearns Goodwin, and thank you again to his mom, Doris Kearns Goodwin. We so much appreciate you coming in. And thank you all for listening to another edition of Boston Public Radio and the people that came down to the Boston Public Library. Tomorrow, I have to thank our crew. Okay. You can reach us 24/7 by way of our podcast or check out our TikTok page. Tomorrow, we're going to be joined by political commentator Chuck Todd, former Public Safety Secretary Andrew Cabral, our food policy analyst Corby Kummer, and Massachusetts Education Secretary Patrick Tutwiler, plus the independent journalist who joined ICE to prove a point about how they really didn't check out her credentials whatsoever before they offered her a job at ICE. She's going to join us. We want to thank our crew, Zoe Matthews, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss, our engineer John the Claw Parker, our executive producer Jane Bologna, our BPL staff Maddie Guy, Patrick Lally, Matthew Glover, Lauren Herbert, Hannah Eckhart. Thank you to our host at the Newsfeed Cafe and across the street at the Lenox Hotel. Jared and the Culture Show is going to start right after we are done, 89.7 GBH. And he's going to be here with his crew, also live at the Boston Public Library. Thank you, Jim.
What'd I do?
Well, you wrote that great column, and now we could all talk about it.
Okay, I am Jim Browdy.
I'm Marjorie Egan.
Thanks for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, and hope you can tune in tomorrow. Bye.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And the Boston Symphony Orchestra. This month, the E Pluribus Unum Festival explores American music, history, and ideals through performances and in-depth conversations at Symphony Hall and around Greater Boston. BSO.org. When Inspector Gently and his loudmouth sidekick Baucus investigate the suspicious death of their ex-informant, they uncover a web of conspiracy. Catch Inspector George Gently tonight at 8 on GBH 44.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Good afternoon. With the latest from the Culture Show News Desk, I'm Henry Santoro. Two superstar artists who've laid low over the past year are about to release brand new and very highly anticipated music, signifying that they're back in a big way for 2026. And while one of the artists released a tease on his Instagram, the other artist has only given a release date for his new song, and it's tomorrow. The tease belongs to Noah Kahan, whose song The Great Divide comes out not this Friday, but next, January 30th. And this is all he's given us. The other artist is pop sensation and founding member of the boy band One Direction. Talking, of course, about Harry Styles, who we barely saw in 2025. His new song, Aperture, comes out tomorrow. And here's what major Harry Styles fan, Newsflash Nancy, has been able to learn. Aperture is more of a disco-style song rather than a guitar-laden rock tune. She says it's catchy as hell and is predicted to be an instant hit. You can look for it across all social media platforms as well as on all pop music stations starting tomorrow. And while we're on the subject of music, Bob Moule's 1990s-era group Sugar have announced a full reunion tour hitting the UK and Europe in the spring and North America in late summer and fall. The tour is called the Love You Even Still 2026 World Tour, and it rolls into Boston's Roadrunner Concert Hall on October 17th. Fans of Bob Moule will tell you he's one of rock's unsung geniuses. That's this edition of the GBH News Weekly Afternoon Wednesday Culture Cast. I'm Henry Santoro. Next up, The Culture Show with my friend and yours, Jared Bowen, live at the Boston Public Library.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, stage and screen time with Joyce Kulhaywick. We look at the latest movies and plays to see right now. On film, The Rip drops Boston natives Matt Damon and Ben Affleck into a sun-bleached Miami crime story, far from their familiar Boston. Director Park Chan-wook brings his signature unease to the movie No Other Choice. And on stage, the play Job turns a therapy session into an unnerving power struggle. Then Tracy Chang, chef and owner of Pagu. Chang has built her career around deeply personal cooking shaped by Japanese technique, Spanish influence, and the flavors of her Taiwanese heritage. From handmade noodles to small plates meant for sharing. She's also a tireless community advocate, feeding frontline workers, championing mutual aid, and using her kitchen as a civic resource. Now Pagu has received a Michelin Bib Gourmand honor, rewarding exceptional food at great value. And 3 bestsellers, a century of readers. The associates of the Boston Public Library are gearing up for their annual 100-year book debate, asking which book from 1926 still has something to say in 2026. We have the 3 top contenders. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. It's time for Stage and Screen with Joyce Kulhaywick. She's here with a roundup of the latest plays and movies to see right now. From The Rip, a bruising star-powered crime thriller that reunites Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. It leans hard into moral rot and bad choices. Then a darkly comic vehicle for Rose Byrne, who's getting lots of Oscar buzz for If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. Meanwhile, on the stage, the play Job turns a therapy session into psychological warfare. Joyce Kulhaywick is a Culture Show contributor, an Emmy Award-winning arts and entertainment reporter, and president of the Boston Theater Critics Association. You can find her reviews on joyceschoices.com. Welcome back to the show, as always.
Thank you, Jared. Can't wait to dig in.
Well, we're going to dig in right where we left off last time, because we had to leave on the cutting room floor this really, really fascinating documentary that is a biography about Jane Mansfield, of course, the huge Hollywood star of the last century, but it's presented by her daughter Mariska Hargitay, and it's very revealing. There is news that's broken, and it's a very interior story. By the way, for people who haven't seen it yet, they can watch it on streaming on HBO Max.
I was just dying to talk about this, and I know you were too. You liked it. I loved it. And it's exciting. It's inspiring, not only because it's a story about a daughter trying to understand a mother that she didn't know, really. She was 3 years old when her mother, Jane Mansfield, was killed in that car accident, and she was in the car.
Which I did not realize.
I didn't either. So there's lots of stuff like that comes out, but what she was left with was anger, a sense of abandonment, loneliness, and also some embarrassment about the career that her mother had, which I also didn't realize. Jane Mansfield was a sex symbol, and she was exploited that way, and Jane was a little complicit in that because she figured she'd use that to go farther, which never really happened.
So that sets the scene for a lot of what Mariska Hargitay is exploring. To get a sense of the documentary, here's a little bit of the trailer from My Mom, Jane, in which, again, Mariska Hargitay is telling the story of her mother, actress Jane Mansfield.
As I got older, my dad would say to me, "Don't read the books about your mother." He said that they were full of lies, full of sensational bull, things that he didn't want me to have to deal with. At a certain point, I began to carry a lot of shame about her image as a sex symbol and all the choices that came with that. So I pushed the idea of my mom further and further away from my life.
Until now, at her age, and I think she's probably in her 60s, something like that, and it took her this long before she was ready to dive into her mother's story, dive into the problems she had with her mother, turning herself into a sex pot for films very deliberately as a way to advance her career, but knowing who her mother really was, where we see she was this incredibly intelligent person, putting on this persona.
A musician. She played the violin, she played the piano, neither one particularly well, but she was inclined that way, and she had other things about her that she wanted to explore. But the system she was part of really would not allow it. I mean, there's a clip of Jane Mansfield on with Jack Parr that is so humiliating. She kept trying to be serious and talk about other things, and he kept making fun of her. He was sort of mocking her. He was sarcastic. I wanted to slap him. And I just realized that that's what she was encountering at every phase of her career. She could not break out. And it really kind of ended up destroying her. But what Mariska Hargitay was almost like a detective story, sort of akin to the role that she plays on TV, uncovering information about her mother and the family. And I just don't want to give too much away if people don't know, but watch this, because the revelations that spill out have ripple effects one can't even imagine on all kinds of people. And what Hargitay has to do is somehow face that really courageously and integrate all of that information into a sense of who she is, who her mother was, and she ends up being able to look at her mother from both sides, which is so touching. As a daughter who feels angry and abandoned and embarrassed, to a mother looking back at her mother as a young woman who had to make tough choices in a brutal industry, and finds compassion and wholeness in being able to forgive and understand and see my mom, Jane, really clearly. It is beautiful.
I like that you say clearly, too, because we'll move on from this in a moment, but I'm always very wary of documentaries like this, where it's the first person telling their story. You know they have full editorial control. You know that there is a very particular viewpoint, and that's true here. But I think it's impossible to not know what we don't know, but you feel like there is complete honesty here.
She is totally willing to take this story and follow this story wherever it leads her, and it gets really messy. But everybody's humanity is honored. Great compassion comes from this. She's probably the most psychologically integrated, emotionally, spiritually I've ever encountered, really and truly. I want to meet Mariska Hargitay one of these days, but it's a beautiful piece of work.
Same here after seeing this. Well, let's bring it back to Boston now. Yeah. We won't stay in Boston very long, but we're talking about our Boston boys, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, who find themselves in Miami in this new movie, The Rip, which is on Netflix. Here they are, pairing up again. In fact, let's play a little bit from the trailer of The Rip, starring Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Steven Yeun, and Tiana Taylor.
From the outside looking in, it seems simple. Seize the cash, count it, and turn it in.
Miami PD.
On the inside, it's different.
We had a Crime Stopper tip come in on this address.
There's $1.4 million in this bucket. I bought 14 more of those things. That's a $20 million rip. You gotta be smart right now. You gotta move this money, man.
Stay off the radios, no call-outs.
What would you do with this? Everything.
Well, this is a far cry from Good Will Hunting, where we first met these boys. But I just had this flashback to we're on the eve of the Oscar nominations, and I remember watching when you were at the Academy Awards and they won and they called you out. Here are these golden boys in Hollywood who call out you.
It was ridiculous. I'm in the press room with international press, and Matt and Ben are up there hanging on to their Oscar. And I had asked the woman in the room, can I ask the first question? I know these guys, they're from my town. And she said, sure. And I raised my hand and they said, hey, Joyce! I mean, we played that on WBZ for the next 10 years. Yeah.
It all happened just in my brain in this moment. It's nice to revisit that memory. So let's flash forward. How's the film?
So it's a really good film. And first of all, I'm just grateful for a couple of things. One, to see them together again on screen. And number two, that it is not set in dirty, low-down Boston. Wow, it's like we've had enough of that. It's set in Miami, and they use New Jersey as a stand-in for the grimy, urban, corrupt parts of, Miami. It doesn't dwell a lot on character development, but it is a rip-roaring, complicated plot thriller. It's like a game of three-card Monte. You don't know who the good guys are, who's the snitch, where's the snitch, is it Matt, is it Ben, is it neither, is it both, is it somebody else, is it the cartel? And the plot unfolds really rapidly, and you just never know what side of anything anybody is on. And it also asks you to question, that moral line that one is or not willing to cross around stolen goods, which is what the Rip is. It's a criminal stash. So it keeps you guessing up until the very last moment. And there's an incredible car chase sequence and a few action sequences, some of which are a little messy. Okay, there's a lot of talk at the end, but all that aside, I have to say this absolutely works, and they're great together.
I haven't seen this yet, but I'm wondering, just recently, your last segment, we were talking about George Clooney and his new film, Jay Kelly. You almost can't see a movie now with George Clooney without thinking, I'm watching George Clooney. Yeah. And then you have to slide over to whatever character he's playing. It's almost the same with Matt and Ben. It's perhaps a little bit difficult to look at them without knowing what their relationship is. Do they lean into it? Do they try to distance themselves?
The movie kind of plays with that. I mean, obviously, we're very well aware of their relationship off screen. We're actually very well aware of the roles they've played on screen, individually and together. And it's kind of playing off of a lot of that stuff. I mean, I'm thinking about Matt in The Departed, and I'm thinking about Ben in Gigli, unfortunately.
Uh-oh.
But actually really not. He's done many things, action hero, et cetera. It's Batman.
Argo.
So
where he was
Argo. Oh,
fantastic.
well, excuse me. I should have said that first. Yeah. But yeah, so it sort of plays off of what we know, and you want to see what happens to them and this relationship, because it's probably the most famous friendship in Hollywood, I would have to say.
Absolutely.
It's a really good film. It's not a great film, but it is a really good film that compels your interest.
Let's move to a different one. People may not have heard about this one as much, but it's getting lots of Oscar buzz. As we mentioned, the Oscar nominations are tomorrow morning. Rose Byrne is sure to be nominated as Best Actress for If I Had Legs. Here's a little bit from the trailer of this film, If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You, starring Rose Byrne.
I know you have a lot on your plate, but she's getting better, and the rest of it is totally temporary. You need to be a team.
I know. The problem with that logic, though, is that I'm not a housewife. I work too. I can see you now. I'm supposed to know how to fix this. I'm supposed to know how to fix her.
What is it you think it's your job to fix?
I'm asking you what I'm supposed to do. Can you hear me?
I would like you to get a good night's sleep.
Well, it's always so weird to play trailers. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I wonder if this does work, because it seems sort of this frothy, almost comedic piece. But as I understand it, this is a pretty dark material.
Not. It's a very hard film to watch. I mean, Rose Byrne is phenomenal in it. And if you've been watching Rose Byrne's career, you know that not only is she absolutely gorgeous on screen, but she can play in almost any genre. And Bridesmaids pops into mind right away. Here she plays a therapist who's basically having a breakdown, and she deals with anxiety on all fronts. She's got a child with a chronic illness. She has an absent husband. She may have a drinking problem. She has very difficult, demanding patients. She's got a therapist herself who seems to be no help at all, played by Conan O'Brien.
How is he in this role?
Oh, he's terrific, but he's just useless, it seems to me, as her therapist. He's cold. And the film is relentless about the anxiety that she's dealing with on every front. And there's this big working metaphor in the film about a big hole. There's a hole in her ceiling. There's a hole in her daughter's anatomy. There's a hole in her life with everything that's missing. And it's tough to experience this. And there's no let up. She does a remarkable job. She's in almost every scene. And I suspect she will be nominated, and deservedly so, for an Oscar for Best Actress tomorrow morning. So I'm going to say see it, but have some Xanax nearby.
It sounds a little bit like The Substance from last year, that you have to brace yourself in order to go see it.
There's a lot of movies like that out right now. We could talk about that, about the world at large and what we're all dealing with.
I think if we look at the 70s and The Conversation and all of those films that came out that were fraught in response to war, and now, yes, I think absolutely. We'll do this on The Culture Show, have the conversation about the films that are responding to this very moment.
Absolutely.
Well, let's move. By the way, if you're just tuning in, I'm speaking with Joyce Kulhawick, arts and entertainment critic and Culture Show contributor and regular. Let's move to the stage now, and a new play that just opened at Speakeasy Stage over the weekend. I guess we're staying with therapists right now because we're talking about the play Job, about therapists and therapy.
Yeah, I thought I was going to have a heart attack at the end of this movie. At the end of this play, actually. This is, I don't even want, you haven't seen it yet?
I'm seeing it this weekend.
Okay, so I'm not going to say too much, but just buckle yourself into your seat and get ready, because it takes off in a series of short scenes. 2 actors, 1 set, 80 minutes, no intermission, and doesn't let up. This is, again, a therapist. He's treating an employee who's been referred to him because there's a viral video of her that just went all around the globe. And she's been given leave by her employer. She works for a big tech company. She has to go to this therapy session because she's counting on the therapist to certify her mental health so that she can go back to work. But what erupts out of that room, and it all takes place in this one room, the therapist's office, which makes it feel even more concentrated. And it spirals out into a huge confrontation about the assaultive world that we live in, dominated by potent social media, which shapes our relationships to each other, which affects our identities in the world, perceived and real, which you have to sort of struggle against all the time. It's intense, to put it mildly, honestly. But it's terrific. And it requires these actors to handle massive quantities of dialogue. They are fantastic, and I've got to say who they are. The therapist is played by Dennis Traynor Jr., and the patient is Josephine Moshiri Elwood. They are each remarkable. They may be Elliot Norton nominees at the end of the year. We'll see, but they're on my list. Let's put it that way.
And they're directed by Mariana Basham.
Oh my gosh.
Who's been a frequent stage presence as an actor. It sounds like an extraordinary director here too.
She's a remarkable director, and we've seen her do many things on stage, several things on stage, and she has a very sure hand and knows how to move these people around this tight space to maximize and build up the drama, the intensity, and open up this world, that we're all dealing with. It's remarkable.
Well, again, that's Speakeasy Stage is presenting Job on view or playing through February 7th. And yes, I'll be there this weekend.
Oh,
and
good.
I believe we have Max Wolf-Friedrich, the playwright, coming on the show next week as well. So stay tuned for that. Let's move to, I guess we're keeping themes of therapy and horror here, because there is an element of horror in The Great Privation, which is a show being presented right now by Company One Theater at the Modern Theater by Suffolk University, and it's playing through January 31st.
I thought this was certainly very worthy. It is very well acted. It is very thoughtful, but I thought it was dramatically underdeveloped. This didn't quite work for me. The plot spans two time frames: a mother and daughter in 1832 standing by the graveside of the husband and father who's just died because they're trying to protect it from grave robbers in the form of medical students who look at these bodies for medical research. Time then jumps to contemporary Philadelphia, where the descendants of these two women, played by the same two actresses, mother and daughter, are camp counselors in a sleepaway camp. And what the play is really all about is excavating the buried secrets of African American history and the ways in which black bodies have been desecrated over time, and what you do with that reality, discovering that history, knowing those stories, and then what we do with those stories. And it means to be both comic and dramatic and a little supernatural and a little bit, and I don't think it succeeds fully on any one of those fronts, but not for lack of skill on the part of these actresses. Yetunde Felix Ukwu plays the mother, forgive me if I've mispronounced, and Victoria Omoregie, who is marvelous, and she's the standout as the daughter Charity, and she is really funny.
And she has been just rocketing forth, I think, on area stages as long as we've seen her. We love to have disagreement. I know I like this more than you did.
Yeah.
I found it very absorbing, and the test for me is how much I was thinking about that play, those characters, that mother-daughter dynamic, and what they experienced both in real time and then having to reflect back on ancestry and that impact. That play has stayed with me for quite a while.
Interesting. Yeah, for me it didn't have enough of a dramatic arc. I thought it was a little flat, but worthy, okay?
And that's why we are here
There you
to
go.
agree and disagree. And again, that's The Great Privation, playing through January 31st. Always great to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Jared.
Culture Show contributor Joyce Kulhaywick joins us regularly. She's an Emmy Award-winning arts and entertainment reporter, president of the Boston Theater Critics Association, and you can find her reviews on joyceschoices.com. Coming up, we're continuing our Michelin Guide, checking in with the Greater Boston chefs and restaurateurs who have received the region's first ever. Tracy Chang of Pagu joins us for that conversation. She's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Arun Roth. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, State Auditor Diana DeZoglio is releasing an audit on the use of non-disclosure agreements by state agencies. And forecasters are warning of a historic winter storm. Snow and ice stretching from Texas to the Carolinas and up the East Coast. We'll have what it means and what to expect this weekend. Those stories and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And American Repertory Theater with Wonder, a new musical for the whole family based on the best-selling book and beloved movie. The Wall Street Journal calls it heartfelt and uplifting. Tickets at amrep.org. And MIT Sloan Executive Education, fueled by cutting-edge research and aided by the latest technology, professionals can choose from more than 90 in-person and online courses offered throughout the year. Executive.mit.edu. And the Cambridge Homes, a nonprofit independent and assisted living residence proudly serving the Cambridge community and local seniors for more than 130 years. Learn more at thecambridgehomes.org/tradition.
GBH News is your home for trusted local news. Get it at 89.7 on the radio, gbhnews.org, and subscribe to the GBH News YouTube channel. GBH News, what matters to you.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show live on 89.7 from our studio at the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. What happens to a neighborhood restaurant when a secretive group of inspectors suddenly tells the world this place is exceptional? With the Michelin Guide putting Boston and the surrounds on the menu, a handful of dining rooms now bear a burnished prestige and perhaps some newfound pressure. We're continuing our series, checking in with the restaurants on that list to see what Michelin has meant for their kitchens, their dining rooms, and the city around them. Today we're joined by Tracy Chang, chef and owner of Pagu in Cambridge's Central Square, a Spanish-Japanese spot built around shareable tapas-style plates that can jump from ceviches to noodles to paella, all accented with other comfort hits on a menu that is always evolving. Pagu earned a Michelin Bib Gourmand designation, the guide's marker for exceptionally good food at moderate prices. But Chang's reputation in Greater Boston was established long before that, including as a James Beard Award semi-finalist. Welcome to the Culture Show. Congratulations on the honor.
Thank you, Jared. It's great to be here.
Well, we've been asking this, how did you get the news and what did it mean to you?
Sure. When I got the news was initially via email and it was a little bit cryptic. I thought it was spam. I had to ask my cybersecurity husband if this was spam, if I should click it, because it said, upload some photos here. You may be considered or not. Something along those lines.
And it's cryptic.
And I said, I don't know, and I kind of forgot about it. Then my manager said, we got a phone call from Michelin Guide. You need to upload those photos.
And what did it mean? What does it mean to you to have that recognition?
Huge. I think the weight of it didn't really settle in until later. I mean, of course, we uploaded the photos immediately, waited several weeks, and then later got another cryptic email that said, you're invited to this ceremony, and, here's the run of show. But it just said, be here at this time, and, wear, I think it was business something, cocktail attire. And so I had no clue what was coming, but to be recognized at all and receive a spammy or not spammy email was delightful. As someone who has worked in a 3-star Michelin restaurant and who has endured all kinds of, fine dining experiences and hardships, it's like joining the military when you work for a 3-star Michelin restaurant.
Well, I was struck by that you had that experience. When you're in that environment and you joined when they had the stars, is there a consistent dialogue about the meaning of having that opportunity and what you have to do day in and day out?
Sure. I mean, the standards are always high. And I guess what I mean by the military is, I have not formally, like some of our previous guests, been in the military, but there is a brigade system. And there's a certain level of expectations from all of your, ranking bosses. And you just cannot ever be less than perfect. But as we know in restaurants, from no stars to 3 stars, problems, surprises, delights happen all the time. And so you have to learn how to manage those. And that's part of the fun, part of the challenge of operating and owning a restaurant every day, but also working in one. But at the 3-star level, I mean, people in that kitchen, they like to yell.
Yeah. Do you still have nightmares and dreams about that experience?
Surprisingly, no. I think I was in a different position because I learned early on that I did not want to just be a soldier. I did not want to just be another stage coming in. I wanted to show Martin, my chef, Martin Berasategui, I wanted to show him that I could do all these other things, and I noticed that there were gaps that other people weren't necessarily filling. And so he actually granted me access to travel with him, to help him on his TV show, to visit locations of potential new restaurants, and that was just a priceless experience that I had within that year that I worked with him.
Well, flash forward to Pagu, and as you said, you just didn't want to be a member. You wanted to formulate this. We'll talk about your grandmother, too. This was certainly in the DNA and your family.
Yeah.
But as you began to shape Pagu, how did all of those experiences come to the fore and what you wanted to express through the restaurant?
Mm-hmm. Well, I certainly learned from Martin was how to be a leader and how to read people. So he was able to connect with guests on the street of San Sebastian. He was able to connect with them in the dining room, in the kitchen. He knew how to speak with, the employees and, and future potential investors. And so you have to, I guess, code switch in certain ways or speak multiple languages, which was my forte. Was I could speak Mandarin and French and English and a bit of Japanese. And so I was helpful to him in that regard. But I learned later on that these experiences and these abilities were totally applicable to being my own self if I wanted to be a chef and owner and restaurateur. Because if I was going to manage construction, then I had to figure out how to talk to the contractors and subcontractors versus talk to guests in the dining room versus talk to employees.
People have talked about your attention and focus on guests. To you, what is the difference that it makes to do that, to give that individual attention?
Yeah, I think it's really important for the chef and chef owner to step into other situations like the dining room. And sometimes people say, oh man, chefs should stay out of the dining room, or they say, oh, GMs should stay out of the kitchen. But I think, Pagu operates differently. And again, I'm not Martin either, or, I worked at Oh Yeah with Tim and Nancy, and I'm not them either. I am my own self. I have my own way of management. I have my own way of communication. But I'm the kind of person that learns every single position. And so if there's a gap, I can fill that gap, or if there's a need to go train someone, I can go train them. But I find that leading by example and showing everyone that I, on Sunday, was washing the dishes because our dishwasher had a toothache. But I find that level of ability and it allows you a different kind of empathy. It allows you a certain style of leadership. And I think it's super important to be in the dining room as a chef because you get the feedback live. If someone didn't like a dish, I can see it there. If they didn't like a drink, I can hear it right there. And so I'm trying to design for the guest experience. I'm not trying to design for my ego. Of course, there has to be alignment between the two of what I find to be creative and interesting and a narrative that I want to tell, but also what the guests want to eat. So we've learned so much in the past 9 years about what our guests like to eat because they're coming in internationally or, they're Cambridge folks that live locally, but we know that there are more folks who are dining gluten-free these days. We've gone completely nut-free at the restaurant. And so we build our menu around that and people find that to be, they find that to be a good thing.
I'm curious, I'm hearing all you're doing, which is an extraordinary amount, before we even begin to talk about the food.
Yeah.
How do you find time for the artistic part of this and the designing of your menu and the tasting and the creating?
I think sometimes people think that, a Michelin restaurant is always making new things. And I think what I've learned from Martine and what I've learned from dining in other Michelin-starred restaurants and talking to friends who have worked in other Michelin restaurants and friends who teach students who want to open Michelin-starred restaurants is that you have to have consistency and you have to have your greatest hits. And so what I even brought you today is, a combination of kind of consistency, greatest hits, but also something new, right? And that something new could be, this is seasonal, this is adventurous, this is something we're testing out to see if people like. It may not hit with everyone, but then you have your greatest hits, which you're just, people want that. People will come back for that because they write that in the reviews or in the dining room. They say, what happened to this? The moment you take it off, they're like, what happened to this? And so you have to listen to all those clues to understand and then create, of course, a product mix that makes sense for what people are looking for.
So you've put together a hit list here. People here at the library or streaming on our GBH News YouTube channel can certainly see what you've brought us here. Walk us through.
Sure. So things that travel well, look all right for takeout, but also that Jared may like to eat. So we have a roasted beet and burrata salad here with a yuzu olive oil dressing. We also have a chilled uni sea urchin coming from Maine, so this is peak season right now, with Valencia oranges, a ponzu sauce, and shiso on top. And then we have the thing that I have been making the longest, as I couldn't even reach the stove. I was making childhood fried rice with my grandmother. And so we would have fried rice competitions between the cousins and I when we were kids, and this is what I've made the most number of times. So.
Well, let's take a moment to talk about your grandmother and how you understand her legacy as part of you today.
Sure. So my grandmother, my mom's mom, she opened a restaurant in Cambridge, Massachusetts in the late 80s. I was just born. And it was a traditional Japanese restaurant. She had a sushi bar, she served tempura, she served chicken katsu. And so these were very homey Japanese dishes that I grew up eating, whether it was at her restaurant or at her home. We were always hanging out with grandma multiple times a week. And so I have the best memories from that restaurant. My friends, to this day, I had my 20th high school reunion a few months ago, just after the Michelin ceremony, actually.
That's a good time to go.
It was nice. It was a lot of congratulations. It was really nice. But many of those friends I've known since elementary school, and they remember coming to my birthday party at my grandma's restaurant. So when I think now, I have a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old, and I think about now how we host their birthday parties at the restaurant. We just did a K-pop Demon Hunters party for my daughter in December. But I think about it, and I'm like, I hope that these are birthdays that they remember forever, or that their friends remember forever, because I have some of the best memories from those days. And it's like how many people remember things from when they're 4, 5, 6 years old?
Not a lot of things, as I'm trying to circle back, and I think a lot of them are around food, actually. And you circled around in your career that it wasn't as though you had set out to be a chef, but you came back to it.
Yeah, I think I was born to be some kind of people pleaser or just, highly empathetic for some reason. Because as a kid, I wanted to open a restaurant. I thought, in the 5th grade, I wrote, there was $1 million project, and every kid had to say what they would do with $1 million, right? And I said, well, I'm going to take over my grandmother's restaurant. I don't know how to spend this money, but I'll dedicate some for this and some for that, right? But I was going to run her restaurant. That dream was quickly squashed because no one in my mom's generation wanted to do that, and so they didn't give me, the 10-year-old, the keys to the restaurant. And so I was pre-med. I later studied finance, ended up with a BS in finance. I didn't end up working in consulting or working in banking, but I thought it was a good background to have, and my parents were right. It was a good background to have. I made them, I don't know, maybe somewhat happy that I at least got the degree. But my heart and my belly, I guess, was always in food and in cooking and in restaurants and community building. And I really was determined to show my parents that being a chef, back then in 2009 and now in 2026, was not the same as what my grandmother went through. I think they saw how difficult it was for her, who in her 60s, after being a midwife her entire life in Taiwan, knowing nobody, not even the English language, decided to come open here a restaurant as an immigrant and for fun, right? Like, she didn't have to do that. She could have just retired and been grandma, but she really wanted to do that, and then they had to support her. And so I think they really just wanted a different life for me. They didn't want me to, be bending over and cooking over the stove every day. They didn't want me to have to deal with, all the employee drama, et cetera, et cetera. Here I am, dishwashing on Sunday, but, on the radio today with Jared. I had to tell them I'm going on the radio with Jared Bowen. But times have changed. I emphasize to them that times have changed. We have used our restaurant to be more than just a restaurant. We have used it to start 2 nonprofit initiatives. We've used it to do a lot of community feeding, a lot of connecting with local refugee organizations, to do more than just be a restaurant that serves people who can afford to eat there.
I want to ask about that because a lot of this came out of COVID when there was so much need, but I want to talk about the need. But first, I'm a little bit late in reintroducing you, but we're talking to Tracy Chang, the chef and owner of Pagu in Central Square, who's just been recognized with the Michelin Bib Gourmand honor. Also, you just joined the GBH team. You'll be here next Thursday as part of our Amplify series. What you're doing, and we haven't even talked so much about your food in your restaurant, but you're taking food out of the restaurant to serve people in need. As I started to say before, we recognize the great needs around food during the COVID pandemic. What's the need right now that you're serving?
I think that there's always been need, right? It was just that COVID gave us, as a restaurant owner, time to kind of think about our place and time to redirect some of our efforts. And I think that has really stuck with us and resonated with our community. And so we see that, we can use the restaurant as a meeting place for so many other people in this community. And we can help amplify so many other initiatives, as well as continue to do some of our own. So whether that is acting as a conduit to provide food insecure families with basic grocery needs like rice and beans and other sustainable dry goods that are culturally appropriate. That's one of the things that we do with one of our initiatives called Project Restore Us. Another thing that we've been doing recently is we've been helping the refugee community. So we've been hosting monthly refugee supper clubs. And then we've also been hosting an annual refugee food festival with over 200 people in attendance. So that will be happening in June as well.
And what comes out of those gatherings?
I think what comes out is understanding for what else is going on in the community besides just what you live in your 9 to 5 or what you live within your friend group and your circles and perhaps your existing volunteership activities. And I think that it allows people to connect over food that they might not otherwise find, right? Like, where do I go for a plate of Afghani food or Moroccan food or Haitian food? Like, those people don't necessarily have an existing brick and mortar restaurant, but they cook amazing food, right? And they have such wonderful stories to tell, and maybe they've been displaced from their countries and they're here now, and maybe they're not cooking full-time now, or maybe they're cooking part-time now but want to cook full-time now. And so what we try and do is we showcase their food as much as they want to share from their stories, their personal stories, and we try to connect them with opportunities to either cook more food for other people. Maybe it's a catering capacity. Maybe it's another small group dinner. It kind of depends. Everyone wants something a little bit different. But we've worked with such incredible chefs who have more experience than I do. Like, there are these incredible Ukrainian chefs who ran this huge culinary program and school in Ukraine, and they can't go back to that. And now they're cooking at like a tiny tiny Ukrainian, Russian restaurant here. And, it's just such a change from what they did and what they can do. And so we are part of that, what can they do? And let's help connect them. Let's help connect them with the resources. Let's give them a kitchen. Let's order the food for them. Let's find the funding for them. And let's make it happen. Let's bring the people. There's all these people in the community who already know about us, who know about our friends, and we want them to learn more about all these other friends and community members.
Well, Tracy Chang, thank you for bringing all of this to light. Congratulations on your restaurant. I really don't know how you do it all. You slipped in there that you're the mother of 2 kids as well. We'll have to have another conversation just about time management. Thank you so much for being here. Again, congratulations on the honor. So richly deserved.
Thank you, Jared.
Tracy Chang is the chef and owner of Pagu in Central Square, which has been recognized with the Michelin Bib Gourmand honor. On Thursday, January 29th, Tracy Chang will be right back here at the Boston Public Library to host GBH Amplifies, our ongoing series of community conversations. Welcome to the family. Coming up, it's the Battle of the Books. The associates of the Boston Public Library are gearing up for their annual 100-year book debate. What books from 1926 are in contention? You'll find out next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
From a European conflict zone,
driving north from Kyiv, the signs of war start to be more visible,
to hard times in Southeast Asia.
I meet a man who has been waiting in line for diesel for 6 days,
to the astonishing beauty of remote places.
My welcome to the waters off of East Greenland has come from 2 whales.
Let us take you there. Listen to the world.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Bonsai Bar, hosting pop-up beginner bonsai workshops at breweries across New England. Hands-on classes provide guidance in the basics of bonsai design and care in a group setting. More at bonsaibar.com. And Bryant University, ranked 5th in the nation for internships and recruiter demand by LinkedIn's 2025 Top Colleagues list. Committed to preparing students to be day one ready for success. Learn more at bryant.edu. And the Office of the Massachusetts State Treasurer. The Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed funds. New properties are added often. To see if you have unclaimed money, you can visit findmassmoney.gov.
From your neighborhood to your newsfeed, GBH News is your trusted source for the news that matters to you. Find us wherever you are at GBH News and always at GBH 89.7. GBH News, what matters to you.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show live on 89.7 from our studio at the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Jazz Age Paris, Harlem's blues-soaked poetry, a honey-loving bear in the 100-acre wood. These 3 stories were published in 1926. Wildly different, all of them enduring. Now they're stepping into the ring, vying for literary supremacy a century later. Every year, the associates of the Boston Public Library ask a deceptively simple question. Of the books that were popular 100 years ago, which one still resonates most deeply today? On February 10th, that question fuels the 100-year book debate. That's when The Sun Also Rises, The Weary Blues, and Winnie the Pooh go head-to-head with the audience deciding which 1926 classic is the book of 2026. Joining us for an overview is Lisa Fagan-Davis, board member and chair of the 100-year Book Award Committee for the Associates of the Boston Public Library. Welcome back to The Culture Show. Great to see you again.
Thank you so much, Jared. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Well, this is just so much fun to talk about books and books that have endured for 100 years. So, quick synopsis, how do we get to these 3 as we look back to 1926?
So, cast your mind back 100 years.
we're in the jazz age. We're gearing up the Harlem Renaissance. There's so much excitement happening in 1926. It was really hard to narrow it down to 3 finalists. So we start with our committee, I think there are about 7 or 8 of us who are all connected with the Associates of the Boston Public Library, and we do a lot of research. We look, there are all sorts of lists of books published different years. We go to the Library of Congress and look at what was published then. We read reviews, contemporary reviews, and we narrow it down to about a short list of about 10. And then we send that out on a survey to all of the mailing list for the associates and see what 3 end up at the top. And then we find our 3 champions to try and make the case in the live event. And then the voters decide.
Well, before we talk more about the process, how do you describe what we've come down to, what the voters wanted, and these very, as I said, wildly different stories?
Wildly different. It's so interesting because we're trying to, it's always a question, are we looking for the books that still resonate today? That the books today that we think are the best book that was published then, or was the best book back then? Right? Or is it the books that still resonate? It's the books that have had the most impact. And it really differs from voter to voter. And it's really, I don't want to put my weight, I don't want to put my thumb on the scales or disenfranchise anyone. It's really, it comes down to the voters and to the 3 champions. I don't know if you remember last year, we had a bit of a dark horse. The contenders were The Great Gatsby and Kafka's The Trial, and then Mrs. Dalloway. And of course, Gatsby was the horse to beat in this race. And in the end, the voters picked Mrs. Dalloway, in part because the presentation made the case of why Mrs. Dalloway was such an important book.
And if I remember, that was Hank Phillippi Ryan
yes,
who was doing
exactly,
that, right?
Exactly.
So these are the champions that you're talking about. So we have 3 people, 1 person per book. Who is it this year, and how do they come to be?
So this year we have 3 really fantastic, incredible people. So for The Sun Also Rises, we have Hilary Justice, who is a fellow right now at the JFK Library and an expert on Hemingway. So she, obviously feels very strongly about this book. It will be very interesting to see how she presents it. Then we've got Langston Hughes, The Weary Blues, deep into the Harlem Renaissance, and championing that is Reggie Gibson, who is the inaugural poet laureate of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and a performance spoken word artist. So excited to hear from him about that. And then finally for Winnie the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh, it sells itself, right? But we still need someone, and we have an expert on children's literature, Jackie Horn, who is an expert on children's literatures, faculty member and an author. So it should be really interesting to see how it goes down.
So as I mentioned, this all happens here at the library. It's happening on February 10th. People can come to the library and see it. They can also join online.
Online, yes.
And then they have an opportunity to vote.
And then we have a little platform you can use to vote. No voting machines. And we, tally up the votes then and there and declare the winner. It's a lot of fun.
As you were mentioning a moment ago, it's very fun to look back 100 years ago and see what was resonating then, and then to find the through lines, if they are there. And I think we can argue that, yes, they are definitely there. Especially in the case of The Weary Blues and The Sun Also Rises, we have 2 very young authors. It's Ernest Hemingway, first novel, coming out of the gate, of course, reporter and war correspondent. Langston Hughes, in his 20s, just getting on his feet, obviously in a major way, as an artist.
Yep.
So there's a youthful vigor to looking at this time.
Well, yes, and it is also something that we talk about in the committee is, all right, if we don't want to do Hemingway every year for the next 15 years, right? So we have to think, is this the one that we want to present, so that we're not just returning to the same authors over and over. So we do think about that as if, well, what book of his is coming up down the pipeline that we may want to hold in reserve for 1929's competition. So we do think about those, the career of the authors as well, to see where they're headed in their over the next few years.
And you have two authors, again, and we'll talk about Winnie the Pooh in a moment, but you have two authors who are looking at their age in very distinct ways. You have Langston Hughes looking at the Harlem Renaissance and who's looking at the black body and the black person through his poetry. You have Hemingway looking at, as he would attribute to Gertrude Stein, the lost generation and coming out of war. Who is this group of people? What do they represent? Are they morally bankrupt? Questions that rise in The Sun also rises. Those are very much issues of today.
Right, and where, so the Sun Also Rises is kind of looking backwards a little bit, right, from 1926, looking backwards, whereas The Weary Blues is kind of projecting forward. So that's, the 1920s, of course, we all know what's coming. And we have the benefit of hindsight there, that we can put these books in the context of what we know is coming. And that will be interesting too, to see where we end up and when we get to 1929, 1930, 1931.
Well, and then we have A.A. Milne writing about his son Christopher and his son Christopher's teddy bear. And this is why we find these really lovely stories, which is going to make for a very interesting debate this year, to put the Winnie the Pooh alongside. How do you look at this?
I know. It's really difficult. We had Bambi a few years ago. But of course, Bambi is a book that's really not really for children originally. It's really an adult book. But this is, so clearly in the children's literature space. It will be interesting to I'm curious to hear what Professor Horn has to say about Winnie the Pooh from kind of a critical standpoint. We are, when we get into the 20s, we are getting into that space where we're seeing more actual children's literature, which was kind of a new concept. There weren't, 50 years before, 40, 30 years before, you didn't have a whole lot of books that were specifically written for a children's audience. And so I think it'll be interesting to hear if she addresses that.
What's your track record for picking the books that win?
Oh, I'm always wrong. I'm always wrong, but I'm really excited about it. I'm really looking forward to the event. I hope your listeners will all join us.
If you're just tuning in, I'm speaking with Lisa Fagan-Davis, board member and chair of the 100-Year Book Award Committee for the Associates of the Boston Library. We're talking about this event, which will happen on February 10th. Let's just take a moment to, as I've talked about on the shows, I'm very fond of the Associates of the Boston Public Library. Take a moment to share what we're talking about when we talk about the Associates and their role in this building and our public library system here in Boston.
So the Associates of the Boston Public Library is an independent nonprofit organization affiliated loosely with the Boston Public Library because our mandate is to support, through our programming and fundraising, the work of special collections, which here, it's one of the greatest treasures, not just of the city of Boston, the Commonwealth, and the nation. Just an absolutely extraordinary collection of historic documents and manuscripts from the Middle Ages to, last week. Just absolutely extraordinary. And this event, as a free public-facing event, is really a way for us to get people to know who we are as an organization, bring them into the library, bring them into our work. And then, of course, we've got our big fundraiser coming up in April, which you know very well, the Literary Lights on April 26th. The tickets go on sale next month.
Well, that's great. Also supports digitization, conservation,
digitization, staff salaries, development training for the library staff. It's really a joy to be part of this organization and that does such important work, especially here we are in 2026 and the 250th, where the work of this collection and the contents of this collection will be on full display throughout the library. So invite everyone to come on in and go to the exhibitions and see what's happening.
That's right. Everybody has access to the special collections.
Absolutely.
It's very important to point out. You don't have to be a scholar. Everybody has access.
It is a public collection.
Always great to see you. And
Likewise.
we will keep people apprised of how this all turns out. We'll talk about it again.
Indeed.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Jared. Take care.
The 100-Year Book Debate of 1926 is February 10th here at the Boston Public Library Central Library at Copley Square. It's also streaming on Zoom. To learn more, Google 100-Year Book Debate of 1926. 1926. Lisa Fagan Davis is a board member and chair of the 100-Year Book Award Committee for the Associates of the Boston Public Library. Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow or watch us live on the GBH News YouTube channel. For actress Claire Foy, she joins me to talk about her new film H is for Hawk in theaters this Friday. And a reminder that our next Wednesday watch party is January 28th. We'll be talking about the endlessly rewatchable classic that gets more meta every time you see it. That would be Groundhog Day, so brush up on your Bill Murray, Punxsutawney Phil, and one very stubborn alarm clock. Thanks to Henry Santoro for curating our Culture Cast. Today's engineer is Bill Piacitelli. The BPL technical and logistics crew, Maddie Geyer, Bill Francis, Sandra Lopez-Burke, Juan Jose Cadena, Chris Hanks, Pat Lally, and Olivia Corshio. Also thanks to the Newsfeed Cafe. Thank you to everyone who came down to be with us here at the library today. We love seeing you. If you ever miss us here on the radio, check out our podcast. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Alban Berg Quartet with Haydn's 66th String Quartet.